Chapter 63-54. The Otherworld, Heavenly King, retreated to the Eternal Land. They gave up the Ninth Serenity Land and some ancient cities in the Heavenly Land. This scene caused an uproar in all the worlds. They all guessed, is the Otherworld, Heavenly King, really injured? There was nothing they could do. Even the people from the Deity realm were frowning. At first, they thought that this was a conspiracy. They arrived at the city guarded by Fox Immortal, which had already become an empty city. They sent some clones there. The people from the godly realm formed hand seals. The godly fire and immortal chi on them formed all kinds of clones and flew forward. Zhou Tianshi opened the array himself. The array in the ancient city flashed. Their clones rushed in. However, they didn't get attacked. Did they really leave like this? That's impossible. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound came from the ancient city. Then, a destructive aura filled the air. Several earth vein sword chi flew out from the earth vein under the ground. They split the clones in half. The people from the godly realm outside looked terrible. I knew it. There was a trap. Humph! The Otherworld, Heavenly King, was despicable. How could they fool us with an empty city? Luckily, they were cautious enough. However, according to the information from the clones, they were surprised that there was no one inside. Did the Otherworld, Heavenly King, destroy the Earth Vein? It wasn't just the Earth Vein. The Empress frowned. She waved her snake tail. At the same time, a cold light appeared in her eyes. She checked and said, "It's poisonous. There's a terrible poison in the ancient city." That's right. The Otherworld, Heavenly King, did set up many traps in the ancient cities. First, they destroyed the Earth Vein. Then they poisoned the cities. Even if they couldn't use it, they wouldn't leave it to the godly realm. They could break the trap. The Wine Sword Immortal said, "Let's take these ancient cities slowly." At the same time, they were sure that the Otherworld, Heavenly King, was seriously injured this time. They withdrew all their people to the Eternal Land. After they took these ancient cities, they would cultivate a new force. Then they would attack the Eternal Land. The Eternal Land formed all kinds of arrays to defend against everything. They didn't seem to be coming out anymore. Fox Immortal came back from the Eternal Land. She said coldly, "It's enough to keep them busy for a while. However, without the ley lines, how are we going to cultivate? Lord Supreme, can you activate some of the ancient cities in the Eternal Land?" On this day, the Grand Supreme summoned them back. Of the original 5 Land Immortals, only 3 were left. Master Rashi was suppressed and Blade Immortal was destroyed. Therefore, only the Fox Immortal, Ghost Immortal, and half of the Virtual Immortal's soul were left. In the state of a Virtual Immortal, even cultivation was a problem. If the other party wanted to cultivate, he could take 2 paths. One was to completely give up on his body. However, his strength would be greatly reduced. The second was to return to his body. In that case, all the effort he had put in before would have been in vain. As for Fox Immortal and Ghost Immortal, Grand Supreme had other plans. He was prepared to send one of them to Immortal City. Hearing this, the 2 Land Immortals frowned. Who's going? To be honest, no one wanted to go to Immortal City. The Grand Elder ignored him and began to contact Black Lotus secretly. In Immortal City, there was a Permitha Black Lotus. It had 4 strands of immortal chi, and its strength was shocking. However, the other party did not appear in this battle because the other party was being watched by the mortal god. No matter where he went, the mortal god was watching him. This made Black Lotus almost go crazy. On this day, he received the Grand Supreme's voice transmission. "Let the Land Immortal come over?" That's good too. Now, several guardians of the 9 heavens have disappeared. It just so happened that there was a lack of Land Immortals. Let him come over to guard a heaven. He can absorb the source of power of that heaven. I can also give him some pointers. As for who to send, I've been very annoyed recently. Don't let that thing that's neither human nor ghost come. Let Fox Immortal come over. He was in a good mood after seeing a beauty. When the Grand Supreme heard this, he nodded slightly. Then he looked at Fox Immortal and said, "Get ready. You will go to Immortal City. There is immortal power there. If you can grasp a little of it, you will definitely benefit greatly." Yes. Although Fox Immortal was unwilling to go, she couldn't refute the Grand Supreme's order. As for how to go, she wasn't worried that Black Lotus would take her over. The mortal god had been watching Black Lotus. Therefore, after receiving this information, he told Lin Xian. After Lin Xian heard this, he frowned and told the news to Lord Alcohol and the others. To be honest, the fact that there was a Black Lotus in Immortal City was indeed out of their expectations. This was because this Black Lotus was very strong. Fortunately, it was restrained by someone. Now, the Permethaw was going to send another land immortal over. If he really broke through and grew up, he would be the second person with 4 strands of immortal chi. No, they couldn't let the other party get what he wanted. Since the other party had left the broken ancient city for them, they had to use some methods to restrain the other party. In the end, Xian Yuan took action again. The mysterious man in white walked in the air. He directly talked to the immortal hand. It had to be said that Xian Yuan was really too powerful and too mysterious. He didn't know what he said to the immortal hand, but in the end, the immortal hand actually agreed. It began to seal Immortal City to prevent other forces from entering. Black Lotus was rejected and roared in horror. "Damn it, what's going on?" The immortal hand was actually targeting him. He was so angry that he flew into a rage. In the end, he had no choice but to return to Immortal City. He didn't want to leave for the time being. Therefore, he sent a voice transmission to the Grand Supreme. "I can't come here." After the Grand Supreme heard this, his face darkened. "Xuanyuan's method? Very good. But do you think that's the only way I can think of? Just you wait. Just you wait. Just you wait for my wrath." The Grand Supreme was so angry that he sneered. He summoned Fox Immortal and said, "You don't have to go to Immortal City." Fox Immortal secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but still felt troubled. "Then do I have to cultivate in Immortal City?" The Grand Supreme said, "No, wait first. I've calculated that it won't be long before the power of Heaven's Jade Green City opens. At that time, I'll send you to Jade Green City." Yes. Fox Immortal left and began to wait. In the myriad worlds there was another force, and that was the Supreme Palace. The Supreme Palace had also suffered heavy losses this time. Other than the 2 land immortals who returned, most of the other experts they sent out had died. However, this time they received an extremely important piece of information. The Divine Realm actually had a Heavenly Master. Moreover, it was an unharmed Heavenly Master. The God of Death and the God of the Underworld passed this news to their supreme existence, the High Lord. Not long after, the High Lord gave the order to prepare a hunting plan. There weren't many Heavenly Masters, and only one appeared in several eras. However, after countless years, some powerful Heavenly Masters had indeed appeared in the world. Their methods were heaven-defying, and their strength was astonishing. However, these Heavenly Masters all ended up very miserably in the end. They either mysteriously disappeared, or completely turned into lunatics. Everyone said that Heavenly Masters were not tolerated by heaven and earth. However, they didn't expect that the Supreme Palace was behind this. Chapter 63:55. The Supreme Palace did not act rashly, because this Heavenly Cycle Master was not an ordinary Heavenly Cycle Master, but an Earth Immortal. His strength was far more terrifying than the previous Heavenly Cycle Masters. They had to plan well. In the true spirit world, the Flame Immortal returned to the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. He also brought a shocking news. It turned out that the thing they were looking for was in Sky Burial Valley. When this news came out, the sleeping powerhouses of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty were shocked. Sky Burial Valley was a terrifying place. Even Earth Immortals did not dare to enter. It was there. Damn it, why was it there? Let's get ready. When the time is right, we will enter Sky Burial Valley. They sent some powerhouses to the Song Imperial City. They had previously agreed with the Deity realm that half of the Song imperial cities' earth veins belonged to them. This time, the entire universe temporarily quieted down. There was no earth-shattering battle. They had entered an era of peace. However, everyone knew that the Heavenly Cycle Master would not let this matter rest. The other party had never suffered such a loss before. They would definitely fight back. The Deity realm would not stop advancing. Once they started another war, it would be even more terrifying. The Deity realm began to rest and recuperate. Although they had won this battle, they had paid a great price. Many powerhouses had fallen. On the Phoenix clan's side, the old Phoenix had died. The Yi clan's patriarch had died. On the Gu clan's side, several grand elders had also fallen. Morong Qingcheng looked sad. The old Phoenix was once her master. She had buried her with her own hands. However, she knew that the old Phoenix would definitely appear in this world again. The Phoenix clan would undergo nirvana. The old Phoenix would not truly die. She would only be reincarnated. The Phoenix clan's people were sad, but they soon became excited. Morong Qingqing took over the Phoenix clan and became the new patriarch of the Phoenix clan. On the other side, Yi Wudao took over the position of patriarch of the Yi clan. He would lead the Yi clan forward. At the same time, Gu Santong took over the position of patriarch of the Gu clan. They were all from the younger generation, but they had already grown into unparalleled powerhouses. Heavenly Titan, Yen Ruyu returned to the Demon Emperor Mountain and continued to cultivate. She had become the new Demon Emperor. The North Demon brought his sister to cultivate in Abyss Ancient City. Black Mountain stayed in the Heavenly Court. However, he had been collecting resources from various worlds and growing rapidly. It seemed that he really wanted to become the Witch of the Black Mountain. The monkey Sun Qitian left the city of 1,000 blades. With the help of the battle god and Shen Yuan, he entered the Immortal City. Firstly, he wanted to continue training himself in preparation for the upcoming battle. Moreover, he also wanted to explore the secrets of immortality. After all, his father's petrification had yet to be completed. Only his hands could move. The parts below his hands were still in a petrified state. He wanted his father to break through as soon as possible. Zhong Lingxiu never came out. The other one was Xin Jingqiu. Lin Xian was also worried about Xin Jingqiu's disappearance. Lin Xian had sent people from the Divine Union to various parts of the universe to investigate. He was very busy at the moment. Lin Xian was currently taking over the city of 10,000 blades. After removing the saber intent of the city of 10,000 sabers, he began to plant his own sword qi. At this moment, surge after surge of sword qi floated beneath the ground, intending to fuse with the earth vein to form a massive sword. Once it was formed, this ancient city would be renamed as the City of 10,000 Swords. As for him, he was the guardian of the city. His sword world was also the ancient land. Under the heavenly tree, the sacred spring of life surged. There was a withered figure with a head of white hair. It was Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan was finally rescued. He was not dead, but slowly recovering. Beside Lin Zhan was Lin Xian's mother, who had been taking care of Lin Zhan. Lin Xian had also investigated his mother's condition. He realized that his mother's condition was very strange. His father must have made a move to change his mother's condition. This was because his mother did not have much fighting strength. However, her life was very long. That state was immortality. As for how it was done, Lin Xian did not know. However, Lin Xian was completely relieved. His parents were in the ancient land. They were extremely safe. Moreover, Little White Inside could also accompany his parents. During this period, Lord Alcohol came once. Guang Hanxian had been staying in the city of 10,000 blades. Lin Xian wanted her to go in and take a look. However, Guang Hanxian shook his head in the end. No, it's fine as long as he's alive. Guang Hanxian left. Everyone had their own lives, and everyone was working hard to move forward. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. On this day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He said, "It's done." With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of swords danced. The entire ancient city was enveloped by endless sword energy. Lin Xian roared to the sky. This city is called the City of 10,000 Swords. The terrifying sword energy pierced through heaven and earth, sweeping through the wind and clouds. Everyone in the universe was shocked. They could feel an incomparably sharp aura. Shangqing City, Song Imperial City, Jiu Ancient City, Divine Sect, Yi Family, Gu Family, Phoenix Race, Demon Emperor Mountain, etc. Those people were all looking into the distance. Then figures rushed over. They were going to congratulate Lin Xian. In the City of 10,000 Swords, everyone was extremely excited. Great, we finally succeeded. From now on, this ancient city truly belonged to them. Buzz. The dragon's sword soul flew out from the earth vein and returned to Lin Xian's body. At the same time, Lin Xian felt that he seemed to have merged with the entire earth vein. A vast amount of energy rushed towards him. With a boom, Lin Xian felt the blood in his body churning. The powerful aura was about to tear his body apart. Was he going to break through? He roared to the sky, his voice shaking the 9 heavens. "I'll be right back." He tore open the void and entered the sword world. "Xian, his mother exclaimed when she saw this. Lin Xian said, "Mother, don't worry. I'm going to break through." With that, he flew into the depths of the sword world. The ancient land was also one of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Breaking through here could avoid the attack of the heavenly punishment. Not long after, lightning fell from the sky. Lin Xian fought with the lightning, tempering his immortal power, 9 yang divine body, and dragon sword soul. Outside, the City of 10,000 Swords had already welcomed many people. Yan Ruyu, Murong Qingqing, Yi Wu Dao, Gu Santong, and others had all arrived. "Where's Brother Xian?" Murong Qingqing was overjoyed. She hadn't seen Lin Xian for a long time. The toad said that the kid had broken through and gone to transcend the tribulation. He was going to break through. Middle stage Emperor realm. Yi Wu Dao exclaimed, "This speed is really fast." Gu Santong also said, "I just became a great emperor. It seems that the gap is getting bigger and bigger." Indeed, Lin Xian's breakthrough speed was too fast. One had to know that it was difficult for an ordinary great emperor to break through without tens of thousands of years. Lin Xian only used a few hundred years to break through. This speed was heaven-defying. However, thinking about it, how many battles had Lin Xian experienced along the way? Any random battle in the past would have been a battle that would have shocked the ages. However, Lin Xian had experienced all of them. Now, it was reasonable for him to break through quickly. Yi Wu Dao said, "After Lin Xian breaks through, I have to spar with him." "Let's see how much he surpassed." Yan Ryu said, "You're also a battle maniac. I think we should prepare. Give him a surprise." Chapter 6356. On the other side in the Eternal Land, in front of Taishang, there was a mysterious starry sky map that seemed to contain everything. Ordinary great emperors couldn't understand the changes on the starry sky map. However, the corner of the Grand Supreme's mouth curled up into a smile. "It's open. It's time." He found Xianming. Emerald Jade City will open soon. When the time comes, go to the Sword God's palace and invite their most outstanding sword genius. Tell him about the dragon's sword soul. I think they'll be very interested. What do you do next? You don't need me to teach you, do you? You must make the Sword God's palace hate the God realm. Yes. Xianming left. He set off for the heavenly land. He walked very carefully. He wore the biggest black robe and hid his aura. The people in the heavenly land didn't know about this yet. City of 10,000 Swords. Lin Xian had already come out. Previously in the Eternal Land, he had finally broken through to the mid-stage of the Emperor realm. His strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. Once again, Lin Xian came out of the myriad sword city, and his aura had grown several times stronger. A vast energy swept out, and everyone in the city sensed it. They all held their breaths. So powerful. Even Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others were forced back by the force of the attack. So powerful. Yi Wudao exclaimed, "You've surpassed many super great emperors. Brother Lin, how strong are you now?" Gu Santong was also surprised. They knew that Lin Xian had many trump cards and was very strong. He could kill super great emperors. However, super great emperors were divided into different realms. Lin Xian could kill early stage super great emperors and fight mid-stage super great emperors. However, he might not be able to defeat late stage super great emperors. But now, it seemed that he could fight late stage super great emperors. Lin Xian smiled. "I don't know the details, but I think there are few opponents below the earth immortal realm." This was arrogant. However, Lin Xian was qualified to say so. "That's great. Murong Qingcheng, Yan Ruyu," and the others also came up to congratulate him. Lin Xian smiled. "Why are you all here?" "We haven't gotten together in a long time. Let's get drunk today." The city of 10,000 swords was filled with jubilation and joy. The news of Lin Xian's breakthrough also spread to the other ancient cities. Immediately, the people of the sacred realm were overjoyed. Great! Lin Wudi was the descendant of the great dragon. The stronger his opponent was, the more he would be able to utilize the power of the great dragon's sword soul. Lord Alcohol was extremely gratified. "Great, that's great," the Golden Lion King said. "With his strength, there aren't many people below Earth Immortal who can suppress him." However, the Empress said, "However, it is still impossible to defeat an Earth Immortal." Indeed, although Lin Xian had fought against an Earth Immortal before, he was still able to defeat an Earth Immortal. However, that was only under special circumstances, all of them relying on the undying flame, this type of miraculous thing. However, the other party's strength was not enough to contend against him. Lord Alcohol said, "It looks like it's time for him to find that thing." "Senior, are you talking about the great dragon sword?" the Golden Lion King asked. Lord Alcohol nodded. "That's right. The 5 swords of the world are extremely powerful." Lin Xian had grasped the great dragon sword, but it was only the sword soul. If he could find the great dragon sword and fuse the two, he would be able to form the true 5 swords of the world. At that time, he would definitely be able to contend against an Earth Immortal and even kill one. However, wasn't the great dragon sword broken back then? They knew how powerful the great dragon sword was when it swept across the world. At that time, the 9 serenities opened, and countless experts wanted to rush into the universe. However, they were killed by the great dragon sword. Even an Earth Immortal was no match for it. However, after that, the great dragon's sword seemed to have disappeared. When it reappeared, only the sword soul was left. Actually, there are some things that you don't know. When they fought in the 9 serenities, the great dragon sword was not complete. The great dragon sword had been broken a long time ago. However, if they could find a part of it, they could also increase the power of the great dragon sword. They had to discuss this matter with Xian Yuan. Lord Alcohol set off for the oblique moon cave. After Xian Yuan heard this, he also said, "Indeed, it's time to go and collect the great dragon sword. However, we have to wait for the right time." The great dragon sword was extremely unusual when it was shattered back then. Now that the time isn't right, I'm afraid we can't take action yet. Boom! 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 Just as he finished speaking, the entire heavenly land trembled violently. The oblique moon cave also shook violently. Under the Bodhi tree, the war god opened his eyes and looked through the world with his fiery, golden eyes. Lord Alcohol's expression also changed. What's going on? Is the other world, Heavenly King, attacking again? As if he was facing a great enemy. Many black vortexes appeared around him. Xian Yuan even flew up. However, they were soon stunned. There were no powerhouses from the other world, Heavenly King in the Heavenly Land. If it wasn't from the other world, Heavenly King, who could it be? The Supreme Palace? No. The Yuhua Immortal Dynasty? That wasn't it either. There wasn't a single powerhouse. And this aura came from the depths of the Heavenly Land. Could it be Xian Yuan thought of a possibility? The war god said it has appeared. It's Yuqing City. It actually appeared at this time. Xian Yuan was too surprised. Not only him, but Lord Alcohol was also extremely surprised. Has Yuqing City appeared? It was really unexpected. The ancient city they were in was Shangqing City. However, this wasn't the only ancient city in the Heavenly Land. Other than that, there was also Lin Xian City of 10,000 swords. Of course, there were a few ancient cities that were exceptionally mysterious. Shangqing City was one of them, and the current Yuqing City was also more important. Yuqing City was different from Shangqing City. There was no one in Shangqing City, so it was very easy to attack it. But inside Yuqing City, it was equivalent to a world, an extremely ancient world that had been passed down for a long time. Now that Yuqing City had opened, it would probably cause another storm. Would the other world, Heavenly King, make a move? Would they join forces with some ancient existences in Yuqing City? All of this was unknown. Moreover, there was something more important. It was very likely that Yuqing City had a fragment of the Great Dragon Sword. I didn't expect it to open. Then let Lin Xian go. I gave him a black ring before. With that black ring, he should be able to discover the aura of the Great Dragon Sword. I hope he can gain something in Yuqing City. Xian Yuan said. Lord Alcohol nodded and said, Then I'll go first and tell Kid Lin. Lord Alcohol left and headed to the city of 10,000 swords. At the same time, the people in the Heavenly Land were all stunned. The people of Shangqing City were shocked, as if they were facing a great enemy. The countless geniuses of 10,000 swords were also frowning. Yi Wudao said, Could it be that the enemy is coming again? Prepare for battle. Lin Xian gave the order, and 10,000 swords in the city of 10,000 swords shot out, ready to launch a peerless attack at any time. However, after waiting for a long time, they didn't find the enemy. At this moment, Lord Alcohol came and said, Things aren't what you think. It's Lord Alcohol. Greetings, Senior. The others bowed respectfully. Lord Alcohol, what happened? What was that vibration just now? Lin Xian asked. Chapter 63:57. Lin Xian was not the only one who was curious. Everyone was curious as to what that terrifying power was. Were there any other secrets in the Heavenly Land? Lord Alcohol said, Since you're all here, I'll tell you all at once. Jade Pure City opened. Jade Pure City? What was that? Was it also an ancient city? Why would it be so terrifying when it was activated? Yen Ryu asked. The others were also puzzled. Lord Alcohol said that Jade Pure City was an extremely mysterious and terrifying ancient city. It was different from other ancient cities. There were warriors and families in Jade Pure City. It was equivalent to a world. The earth veins in Jade Pure City were not weaker than those in our Shangqing City. In fact, they were even stronger. After everyone heard this, they gasped. Now, the Divine Realm had many ancient cities under their control. Therefore, the strength of each ancient city was compared. Among them, the most powerful was Shangqing City. No ancient city could surpass it. However, a city had appeared that was not weaker than Shangqing City. In fact, it was even more terrifying. Moreover, there were countless warriors and families in this ancient city. Lin Xian said, Isn't that the same as a mortal city? Almost. But Jade Pure City did not have a mortal power. Yi Wudao asked, Will its appearance bring any changes? Lord Alcohol said, I want to talk about this. The appearance of Jade Pure City will definitely bring about some changes. What is the other side doing? We don't know yet, but we have to take action. With that, he looked at Lin Xian and said, "We discussed it before. Now you are very strong. However, you can't threaten the Earth Immortal. If you want to threaten the Earth Immortal, you have to find the Great Dragon Sword." Great Dragon Sword. Do you have any clues? Lin Xian now had the Great Dragon Sword soul, but he did not have the Great Dragon Sword itself. Wasn't the Great Dragon Sword broken back then? However, even if it was a fragment, it would still be extremely terrifying if he could control it. Back then, the Great Dragon Sword fought everywhere. After it was broken, it fell in different places. However, as far as we know, Jade Pure City has the fragment of the Great Dragon Sword. Therefore, you have to enter Jade Pure City to find the fragment of the Great Dragon Sword. As for clues, the black ring that Master Xianyuan gave you back, then, is a clue. Lin Xian suddenly understood. So that's how it is. That black ring is used to find the Great Dragon Sword. Leaf Dowdenier asked, "Senior, can we enter clear Jade City?" From the looks of it, pristine Jade City was a new ancient city. It was filled with unknowns and challenges. Of course he could. However, he had to be extremely careful. All right, you guys should prepare yourselves. Once clear Jade City has completely stabilized, you guys can set off. Lin Xian and the others nodded. Then they became excited. A new ancient city? He wondered how powerful the people inside were. Are there any land immortals? Lin Xian, Leaf Dowdenier, and the others had all been to Immortal City. They knew how terrifying Immortal City was. There were even a few Earth immortals. Therefore, this time he really had to prepare well. The appearance of Jade, clear Jade City, wasn't only seen by the deity realm. The Permethar realm, the Paragon Hall, and the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty all knew about it. In addition, the people of the universe were also shocked. They felt a mysterious and terrifying power. It wouldn't be long before these families and sects sent powerhouses to investigate. The people of the Paragon Hall were surprised. Has it opened? It's really unexpected. They decided to send people. Outside Clear Jade City, there were already people waiting. They were the people of the Permethar realm. On the other side, Xianming had been waiting silently. On this day, when he saw Clear Jade City appear, he was shocked. When he saw Jade, Clear Jade City, a cold light appeared in his eyes. Then his figure flashed and rushed forward. In Clear Jade City, there were naturally countless families and sections. They also sensed this situation. However, they weren't very excited or surprised, because one city was one world. In their opinion, their Clear Jade City was the strongest in the universe. The people outside were nothing to be afraid of. This kind of thinking was very normal. Didn't the people of Immortal City look invincible? They looked down on those intruders. Sword God Palace. In Jade, Clear Jade City, there was a supreme overlord. The strongest person in Sword God Palace. The Sword God was a land immortal. No one dared to provoke him. At this moment, countless sword lights were flying in Sword God Palace. These were all swordsmen, peerless swordsmen. The sword energy on their bodies was extremely terrifying, and one of them was even more powerful. The shocking sword light on his body was as dazzling as the stars. It instantly tore the world apart. The person fighting with him was forced back and spat out a mouthful of blood. This tall man wore a purple crown. He shook his head slightly and said, "You're no match for me in a one-on-one fight. Come together." 5 figures walked out. They roared and attacked quickly. Their piercing sword energy tore the world apart. They charged toward the man with the purple crown. The man sneered. He waved his long sword and slashed in all directions. The 2 sides fought. Not long after, the 5 people were forced back. The tall man seemed to be invincible with a sword in his hand. The 5 people cupped their fists and said, "We're no match for the Sword Emperor." Senior brother, Sword Emperor. No one in Sword God Palace is your match. Except for land immortals, you're invincible. These people admired the man in front of them. He was called the Sword Emperor. The Emperor of Swords, He was indeed worthy of this title. Now, in Sword God Palace, other than the Sword God, it was the most powerful one. Even the older generation powerhouses were no match for it. The tall man with the purple crown withdrew his long sword. He stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly, "It's really lonely to be invincible." At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura came from Sword God Palace. It made people's hair stand on end. Even the Sword Soul's pupils shrank. He was facing a great enemy. His sword energy soared into the sky. Such terrifying power. It was the power of a land immortal. Was someone attacking the Sword God's palace? Did they want to die? At the same time, an even more piercing sword energy came from the depths of Sword God Palace. This sword energy surpassed the previous Sword Soul. It was the power of the Sword God. The Sword God's sword shattered the world. The void cracked. A black-robed man appeared above the crowd. The black-robed man laughed. "Taoist friend, don't be angry. I'm here on the Grand Supreme's order." Hearing this, the Sword God's power disappeared. He was surprised. "You're from Permitha. Please." The Sword God quickly invited him in. The black-robed man flashed and disappeared. The people of Sword God Palace were in an uproar. Is he a land immortal? Who is the Grand Supreme? All kinds of confused voices sounded. The Sword Emperor didn't say anything. He just clenched his fists. Was he really invincible? Even if he was just below the land immortal. His goal was to become a land immortal. But how difficult was it to break through this step? Even he wasn't sure. Chapter 63-58. 3 days later, the black-robed man walked out from the depths of the Sword God Palace. This person was Xianming. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. It was done. Next, he would go to find the Sword Emperor. At this moment, the Sword Emperor was still cultivating. He wanted to break through and become an Earth Immortal. At this moment, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He felt a black-robed man appear behind him. Who was it? With an angry shout, he slashed out with his sword, but his sword was easily blocked. "It's you." "Greetings, Senior." He knew that the person in front of him was an Earth Immortal on the same level as the ancestor. Xianming looked at the Sword Emperor and kept nodding. "Not bad, not bad. When I was talking to the Sword God, he kept mentioning you. He said that you are the future hope of the Sword God Palace. Now that I see you, you are indeed extraordinary. I am afraid that no one in the Sword God Palace is your match. But what a pity. The Sword Emperor was originally proud. Was the ancestor praising him like this? He felt very happy. However, he soon frowned. Why is Senior pitiful? Are you mocking me? Fairy, you misunderstood. This old man is not mocking you. It's just a pity that the great dragon sword spirit isn't in your hands. Ah, great dragon sword soul. Hearing this, the Sword Emperor's pupils shrank. The great dragon sword, one of the 5 legendary swords. Its power is beyond imagination. However, this treasure is extremely mysterious. It is said that it has long been lost. I have naturally heard of the legend of the great dragon sword. However, this treasure has disappeared with the previous battle. It has never appeared again. You are wrong. Xianming shook his head slightly. Your jade, clear city is very mysterious. One city is one world. Nephew, you haven't gone out yet, right? I don't want to go out. I think it's better for you to go out and take a look. The world is very big, the universe is very vast, and there are many interesting people outside. I know one person. His name is Lin Wudi. He is a top expert of the younger generation and is now a young great emperor. A mere great emperor dares to call himself invincible. The Sword Emperor's eyes were filled with disdain. The people outside are really trash. Don't underestimate him. He is very powerful because he controls the great dragon sword soul. His sword technique is the sharpest and most terrifying sword technique I have ever seen. What? Lin Wudi has the great dragon sword soul? Is that true? When the Sword Emperor heard this, he almost jumped up. Xianming said, "You can recognize the power of the dragon sword soul at a glance." Was it true? You'll know when you see it. The Sword Emperor is very excited. If it really is the great dragon sword spirit, then he must snatch it. What qualifications did a young great emperor have to obtain the great dragon sword soul? Only an invincible expert like him deserved it. However, he soon frowned. "Senior, you are an earth immortal. You should also need the power of the great dragon sword soul, right? Why did you tell me? The great dragon sword was one of the 5 swords in the world, and there was no one who did not want to obtain it." The Sword Emperor was very smart. He quickly calmed down. "Because I can't get it. I want to talk about Lin Wuti. He's from the domain of the gods. The enmity between the otherworld heavenly king and the celestial realm has been going on for countless years. When did we start fighting?" He couldn't remember it clearly anymore. "We are mortal enemies. If I make a move, the land immortals of the god realm will not sit idly by. So it's an enemy. Senior, do you think I'm a fool and want to kill someone with a borrowed knife?" Xianming stopped smiling. He said, "I really want to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Moreover, I've already talked to your divine sword ancestor." He agreed. "Of course, the condition is that if you kill Lin Wuti, the great dragon sword will be yours. We won't snatch it. Now I'm here to ask you, do you want to make a move? Do you dare to fight a young great emperor? Why not? I'll go kill him now." The Sword Emperor was very excited. Even the divine sword ancestor agreed. Then he had nothing to worry about. He didn't have to worry about his danger. If an earth immortal dared to attack him, the divine sword ancestor would definitely not sit idly by. Once he obtained the great dragon sword soul, he would have no problem becoming an earth immortal. Moreover, this speed would be unimaginably fast. Lin Wuti was in an ancient city in the heavenly land. Xianming took out a map and gave it to the Sword Emperor. "Nephew, you should make some preparations." Xianming left. This was not a conspiracy at all, but an open one. He didn't hide anything. Should he jump into this pit? It all depended on the Sword Emperor. However, he guessed that the Sword Emperor would definitely go. Sure enough, the Sword Emperor took a deep breath and immediately set off. "Xiao Dai, come with me." The Sword Emperor also brought a sword servant, a little maid. However, she was definitely a top swordsman. After hearing this, Xiao Dai nodded and quickly followed. A peerless sword light appeared under their feet. They cut through the sky and left the Sword God Palace. After they left, a figure appeared in the depths of the Sword God Palace. It was an old man. He bowed slightly and asked the godlike figure in front of him, "Ancestor, is it okay to let him go?" Higgin obviously had bad intentions. The terrifying figure in front of him was the divine sword. He didn't have any sword energy on him. However, no one dared to be presumptuous in front of him. The divine sword still had his hands behind his back. He looked into the distance and said with a smile, "So what? It's just an open scheme." With the Sword Emperor's current strength, no one below the Earth Immortal level was his opponent. Great Dragon Sword Soul? I'm looking forward to it. Don't worry, I already have a backup plan. I'm not afraid of the Earth Immortal's sneak attack. Ancestor is wise. The divine sword was well prepared. In a critical moment, he would immediately move. Lin Xian still didn't know that an invincible Sword Emperor was quickly heading towards him. At this moment, Lin Xian and the others were preparing to go to Yuqing City. At this time, the Crimson Dragon came back and said angrily, damn it, what's wrong?" The toad jumped over and asked, "That Long Xiaotian has been thinking about the Dragon Clan. He wants to take the Dragon Clan back. He wants to be the Dragon Emperor. That guy is a super great emperor. I can't beat him. I'm so angry that I can only stay in the Dragon Valley. Damn it, that Dragon Emperor, is he coming back again?" The toad also frowned. After Lin Xian heard this, he also walked out and said, "He doesn't deserve the title of Dragon Emperor. Ruse along, take the Dragon Clan powerhouse to the Heavenly Land." The dragon clan is ours. He can forget about it. As for this Long Xiaotian, I will personally deal with him. Great, I'll take action now. The crimson dragon returned to the deity, ground again. In the deity ground, Long Xiaotian's brows were tightly knitted. He naturally didn't care about a crimson dragon, but behind the crimson dragon was the divine realm. The other party couldn't beat him, so he called for help from the divine realm. He couldn't do anything at that time. Damn it, it's really too damn. Back in the day, he commanded the dragon clan, swept across the universe, and was invincible. He was the strongest person of his era. But now, the divine realm and the nirvana realm appeared one after another. The strongest people of countless eras gathered together. Long Xiaotian was somewhat powerless. Chapter 63:59. In the era when Long Xiaotian became an emperor, the divine realm and the Permethar realm did not appear. Although there were people from the divine realm who came out to invite him, he rejected them. Since then, he hadn't been threatened or pressured by anything. The only pressure was the matter of cultivation. However, he had made a lot of arrangements. But now, it seemed that many of his arrangements were useless. Although he had become a super great emperor from a great emperor, he was already able to shock the world. However, the terror of the Permethar realm and the divine realm far exceeded his imagination. It turned out that there was such a thing as an Earth Immortal. Brother Tian, don't be discouraged. Those Earth Immortals are old monsters who have lived for tens of millions of years. We have only lived for tens of thousands of years. In the future, we will definitely become Earth Immortals. Long Yu advised from the side. Long Xiaotian remained silent because he knew that it was too difficult to become an Earth Immortal. With the resources he currently had, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, he made a decision. Let's join the Permethar realm. Long Yu was shocked. Brother Tian, didn't you say that you didn't want to be controlled by others? If we join the Permethar realm, we won't have freedom. That's not necessarily true. We don't really want to join. We just want to find a big tree to rely on. This time, the Permethar realm had suffered heavy losses in the battle with the divine realm. Countless powerhouses had died. It was said that even Earth Immortals had fallen. Therefore, he only needed new strength now. They shouldn't reject our joining. After joining, we will only target Linwoody and think of a way to seize the dragon sword soul from him. Once we get it, we will leave the Permethar realm. With the dragon sword soul, I can definitely become an Earth Immortal. All right, I'll listen to Brother Tian. Long Yu nodded. Next, Long Xiaotian and Long Yu no longer attacked the dragon race. Instead, they headed to the Eternal Land. At this moment, the Eternal Land was completely defended. He naturally couldn't enter. He was stopped at the edge of the Eternal Land. Long Xiaotian explained his purpose for coming. Soon he was let in. That's great. A smile appeared on Long Xiaotian's face. Permetha, I'm coming. In the heavens, at this moment, countless people had gathered. These people were all here because of the mysterious and terrifying shock from before. They wanted to investigate whether or not a shocking treasure had appeared. These people came from the various clans and sects in the universe. Even the Supreme Palace and the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty had sent people over. They began to search all over the world. At this moment, two figures flew over from afar. It was a man in purple robes and a purple jade crown on his head. He was tall, mighty, and extraordinarily handsome. Beside him was an incomparably beautiful woman. She wore a purple dress and held a sword in her hand. The appearance of these two people attracted the attention of the crowd. Who were these two people? It was so unfamiliar. They came from afar, so perhaps they knew some information. Immediately, someone rushed up and said, "Stop, who are you? Do you know what kind of treasure will appear here?" The one who spoke was a man whose body was covered in lightning. He was from the Thunder Clan. Up ahead, the Sword Emperor frowned. "Foolish outsiders. Xiao Dai, go and take care of it." When the purple-clothed woman beside him heard this, she walked out. A hint of coldness appeared in her eyes. "Those who block my path will die." At this moment, an extremely terrifying sword intent burst out from her body. Suddenly, the entire void shook violently. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. This aura was too frightening. They were all stunned. This woman was incomparably beautiful, but the aura on her body was extremely terrifying. The ThunderClan's powerhouse's expression changed. "Little girl, with just you? You want to threaten me? Stupid! Kill!" The purple-clothed woman shouted coldly. The long sword in her hand flew out and was caught by her jade-like hand. She slashed out with the sword. Puff! Ah! Everyone only saw a flash of sword light. Then a scream was heard. The ThunderClan's powerhouse was cut in half and his body fell from the sky. What a fast sword! Everyone was frightened and their scalps went numb. They retreated one after another. They knew how terrifying this ThunderClan's powerhouse was. He had a destructive aura, but now he was killed by a sword. This mysterious woman was too terrifying. She had a peerless sword technique. "Sorry to disturb you. Forgive us, we were wrong." A voice was heard. Then these people fled one after another. In an instant, the place became extremely quiet. The purple-clothed girl, Xiao Dai, walked back to the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor snorted coldly. "Outsiders are indeed ants. They are so weak and pitiful." He tapped his foot, and the sword chi under his feet flashed again. It turned into a flash of light and disappeared. He only had one purpose for this trip, and that was the great dragon sword soul. In the distance, the people of the Supreme Hall and the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty were also shocked. What a terrifying sword technique! I've never seen it before. Could it be that these two people are from Jade Pure City? Where are they going? They followed them to take a look. The people of the two forces followed secretly. Xiao Dai said, "Young master, there are ants following us. Should we kill them?" The Sword Emperor snorted coldly. "Ignore them. Go to the city of 10,000 blades and kill that Lin Xian for me. I'll go somewhere else to take a look. Since I'm here, I'll see what's different about this universe." The Sword Emperor was very arrogant. In addition, he had seen these outsiders before. He felt that Lin Xian was just SOO. Perhaps he couldn't even defeat Xiao Dai. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. "Yes," Xiao Dai replied respectfully. Then she went to the city of 10,000 blades. She flew as fast as lightning and finally arrived at the city of 10,000 blades. However, at this moment she frowned. To be honest, she was really shocked, because at this moment there was endless sword energy surrounding the ancient city. Tens of thousands of swords were flying and accumulating power. What a terrifying sword energy! Xiao Dai was surprised. To be honest, along the way, some people coveted her beauty and wanted to strike up a conversation with her, but she killed them with one sword strike. Some people also wanted to snatch the sword in her hand, but they couldn't even block one sword strike. Along the way, her evaluation of these outsiders was that they were weak. They were too weak. No one could block her sword. Therefore, she looked down on them. However, when she arrived at this ancient city, she was shocked. The sword energy here made her hair stand on end. Apart from the Sword God's palace, he had never seen any other place with such piercingly cold sword chi. Where is this? Isn't this the city of 10,000 blades? Thinking of this, she shouted coldly, "This is the city of 10,000 blades." On the city wall, several powerhouses appeared. They said coldly, "The city of 10,000 blades is a thing of the past. This city is now called the city of 10,000 blades. Who are you? Why are you here?" The city changed its name. As for the reason, Xiao Dai didn't want to know. She was too lazy to care. She said loudly, "Then let me ask you, is Lin Xian in this ancient city?" "You are looking for Lin Gongzi. Of course he is here. He is the guardian of the city of 10,000 blades. Is he here?" Xiao Dai smiled. "Well, let him come out. Why are you looking for him?" "Kill him." The powerhouses on the city wall were stunned. To be honest, They thought this was Lin Xian's friend. After all, Lin Xian's footprints were all over the world. Maybe he was a friend of other worlds. However, when the words "kill him" came out, the faces of the people on the city wall immediately darkened. Are you an enemy? Are you from the other side? Or are you from the hall of self-esteem? No. A touch of arrogance appeared in Xiao Dai's eyes. I am from the Sword God Palace. Let him come out. He doesn't deserve to have the great dragon sword soul. Only the Sword God Palace can have it. Sword God Palace? Never heard of it. However, this little girl was too arrogant. On the city wall, 2 people attacked. They never showed mercy to their enemies. Chapter 6360. The 2 attacked aggressively, their terrifying big palms blotting out the sky and covering the earth. However, Little Butterfly just smiled contemptuously. With a flash of sword light, their arms were shattered. She was so powerful. The 2 guards were stunned. They wanted to retreat. However, Little Butterfly snorted coldly, "Go to hell!" Another sword strike. The 2 guards were desperate. This little girl is so strong. She is a peerless swordsman. At this critical moment, the sword energy above the city of 10,000 swords suddenly erupted, saving the 2 guards' lives. The 2 guards retreated, their arms split open, and they vomited blood. Little Butterfly was surprised. It can block my sword technique. The sword energy above the ancient city is really extraordinary. Could it be that this was the sword energy condensed by the dragon sword soul? Little Butterfly was more and more sure. The dragon sword soul was indeed an offensive saint technique. However, in the hands of the opponent, it could only exert this much strength? What a waste! Lin Xian, come out and die. Little Butterfly shouted angrily, and her voice instantly spread. Countless people in the city looked up. Who is it? How dare he attack Lin Gongzi so rudely? Do he want to die? In their hearts, Lin Xian was a godlike existence. The toad jumped up and said, "Who is so arrogant? I'll go and meet him." Soon he went out and saw a little girl. He said, "I'll drown you with my spit." The toad underestimated the enemy. Although Little Butterfly was a maid, she was not an ordinary maid. She had been cultivating in the Sword God Palace since she was young, and being able to follow the Sword Emperor was enough to show how terrifying her talent was. If it weren't for her humble background, she would definitely be a top genius now. Therefore, the toad was sent flying by the sword, and there was a bloody wound on his body. "Ouch, it hurts. Just you wait." The toad fled back. "Boy, God damn it, there is a sword genius. And it's a little girl, go and take a look." After the toad came back, he rushed to Lin Xian's side and said, "Look, I was seriously injured by her. It hurts. Give me some heavenly spring of life." After saying that, he looked eagerly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at him and said, "The heavenly spring of life is so precious. You don't need it at all." He took out a stock of ancient medicine from his storage ring and tossed it to her, saying, "Take this to heal your wounds." The toad was also beaming with joy. "Haha, my injury is actually not a problem anymore. However, that little girl is too despicable. She threatened to kill you. What was going on?" Lin Xian frowned and asked, "Do the people of Permitha have no idea of life and death?" At this moment, the guards in front also arrived. They said, "Lin Gongzi, this woman claims to be from the Sword God's palace and wants to steal your dragon sword soul." Sword God Palace? Never heard of it. Let's go and take a look. There were quite a few people who had designs on his great dragon sword soul. However, he had never seen anyone so brazenly do it for the first time. He wanted to see what kind of divine being this was. Let her in. There were so many people in Ancient City. Why would they be afraid of a little girl like her? Let her in. Soon, the Ancient City opened and little Dai walked in. She was still not afraid. This surprised everyone. A little girl actually had such great courage. When she entered the city, countless eyes looked at little Dai. Some people exclaimed, "What a beautiful woman!" Others said, "The sword intent on this little girl is so cold." The emperor weapon in her hand was also extremely extraordinary. Little Dai looked around and said, "Which one is Lin Xian?" "I am." Lin Xian stood up and said loudly, "I am Lin Xian." Little Dai stared at Lin Xian, and a cold sword intent appeared in her eyes, as if it was going to pierce the sky. The void around Lin Xian shook violently. Beside Lin Xian, the people from the God realm were also surprised. They thought it was a little girl who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. However, they didn't expect her sword intent to be so cold. Lin Xian didn't care at all. He waved his sleeve and directly dissolved the sharp aura. He said, "You said you came from the Sword God's palace. Why have I never heard of it?" "Stupid outsider! How could you have heard of it? Our Sword God's palace is a supreme sect in Jade Clear City." Jade Clear City? Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this. The others also exclaimed. They had learned from the Wine Sword Immortal that a mysterious ancient city had appeared in the heavenly land. One city, one world. There were many ancient existences in it. They had planned to go in and explore. However, they didn't expect that the people in Jade Clear City would come out before they did. And it seemed to be a top sect in Jade Clear City. "How do you know that I have the great dragon sword soul? Do you have a fragment of the great dragon sword?" Lin Xian was very surprised. According to Lord Wine, Jade Clear City hadn't appeared for thousands of years. How could she know? How did we know? You don't need to know. You just need to hand over the great dragon sword soul, and I will spare your life. Ha! As soon as she said this, the people from the Deity realm all laughed. "Little girl, you're too ignorant. Lin Gongzi's strength is not something you can imagine. Although you are strong, you are nothing in front of Lin Gongzi. Little girl, leave. You are no match for the young master." Voices rang out. They knew Lin Xian's strength very well. He was someone who could defeat a super great emperor, now that he had broken through. His strength was even more unfathomable. They had never seen Lin Xian fight after breaking through. "Stupid! I will show you my strength." Xiao Dai attacked. Sword light flashed as she unsheathed her long sword. This sword cut through the 9 heavens and illuminated the world. Countless people put away their smiles because that sword was simply too terrifying. What sword technique was this? Why was it so sharp? At this moment, even the great emperors felt their hair stand on end. Was she a peerless genius from the Sword God's palace? Even Yi Wu Dao Gu Santong and the others wore solemn expressions. This woman was definitely a genius swordsman. In the blink of an eye, the long sword was in front of Lin Xian. In the face of such a terrifying sword, Lin Xian merely smiled. With a flick of his finger, a beam of sword chi flew out. Like a sword dragon, it appeared between heaven and earth. With a boom, the sword was slapped away by the sword dragon. Then the sword dragon flew forward and enveloped Xiao Dai in an instant. Xiao Dai's face changed. She did not expect Lin Xian's strength to be so terrifying. She roared and raised her sword to block. The sword dragon collided with the long sword. With a clang, Xiao Dai was sent flying. Half of her body was numb, and she could not exert any strength. She could not even hold the long sword. With a clang, it fell to the ground. How could this be? Xiao Dai was stunned. Did she lose? She was defeated by a single finger. The toad, Yi Wu Dao, and the others were also surprised. Lin Xian's strength was much stronger than before. The toad jumped out and said coldly, "Little girl, did you see that? This is Lin Wudi's strength. Can the Sword God's palace compare? You are the most powerful genius in the Sword God's palace. But so what? You can't even block a single finger from Lin Wudi. You want the great dragon sword spirit? Dream on." The others were also discussing. They said, "The Sword God's palace is just so. What's so powerful about Jade Pure City? I thought it was terrifying." Yi Wu Dao also shook his head. "If this is the strength of the Sword God's palace, then it is far inferior to the immortal city. Stupid, what do you know? Who told you that I am the most powerful genius in the sword god's palace? I am just a little maid. This time, I came with the sword emperor prince. The sword emperor prince looked down on you, so he only sent me a little maid. Chapter 63. 63. The Sword Emperor attacked with all his might. Moonlight slash. On the white moon sword energy danced and cut through the sky. It turned into streaks of mysterious moonlight that slashed over. At this moment, no one could stop it. Nine Yang's sword technique. Lin Xian, on the other hand, unleashed an incomparably vast power of the purest Yang. His sword seemed to have turned into the sun. Like the divine beast Golden Crow, it kept falling. This was a battle between the sun and the moon. Every strike shattered heaven and earth. Any super great emperor would beg for mercy immediately after seeing this, because no one could defeat him. Lin Xian slashed out 9 times in a row, but they were all blocked by his opponent. This surprised Lin Xian. This person was indeed strong. He shouted 9 suns combine. The 9 sword lights all merged together, and one flew out, like the resurrection of the sun god. On the other side, the sword emperor laughed loudly. I am the emperor of the sword Tao, whether it is sword technique or sword intent. I have completely surpassed you. You are not worthy of being my enemy, and you are not worthy of having the great dragon sword soul. So you can die now. The sword emperor roared. White moonlight. The white moon divine sword in his hand suddenly burst out with a terrifying light. At this moment, it was as if a moon had descended. The pressure made everyone feel terrified. What is this? What a terrifying phenomenon! The Crimson Dragon and the others exclaimed. Even Murong Qingqing became nervous. On the other side, Xiaodai cheered. That's great. It's a peerless divine ability. The Sword Emperor is using a peerless divine ability. The battle was over. The sword in the Sword Emperor's hand turned into a moon. Endless moonlight flew out, and each beam could pierce through a super great emperor. All Lin Xian's paths were blocked by the white moonlight. He couldn't retreat at all and could only resist it. But could he resist it? The Sword Emperor's voice sounded. Even if you have a divine artifact, you can't resist it. Lin Xian smiled. A peerless divine ability? Interesting. It seems that I have to use some of my unique skills. Heaven-defying sword technique. Lin Xian's sword technique changed. Previously, the 9 Yang sword technique was extremely masculine and majestic. Every move and stance was wide open. However, at this moment, the swordsmanship had become extremely cold. The sword Qi carried an unyielding will. Heaven-defying sword art. The heavens can't stop me. The earth can't stop me. No one in this world can be my enemy. At this moment, Lin Xian seemed to have transformed into a sword god. High and mighty, looking down on the common people. A sword slashed out, confronting the moonlight in the sky. Boom! It was a devastating blow. Lin Xian's figure was enveloped by the moonlight sword Qi. However, in the next moment, he appeared in the moonlight that filled the sky. This was because the moonlight sword Qi could not reach him at all. The sword intent on his body was too powerful. It was like a hot knife through butter. In an instant, Lin Xian arrived in front of the Sword Emperor. You are the Sword Emperor, and I am the Sword God. Boom! The heaven-defying sword slashed down. The moon phantom began to shake violently, and a deafening sound rang out, causing the entire world to tremble. If this was not the high heavens, the world would have been shattered long ago. Crack! A crack appeared on the moon, and then the light on it quickly dimmed. Damn it, how could this be? The Sword Emperor was stupefied. Had his peerless divine ability been broken? In a hurry, he raised his sword to block. With a clang, he was forced back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Cracks appeared on the hand holding the sword, and even the bones were exposed. From this, one could imagine how terrifying that attack was. The Sword Emperor! Xiao Dai exclaimed. The Sword Emperor is injured? This is something that has never happened before. The Sword Emperor is being suppressed, and the opponent is only a great emperor. Is this all you have? I haven't even used my full strength, and you can't do it? Again. Lin Xian roared angrily, and the heaven-defying sword technique attacked again. It was rare for him to find an opponent. He had not enjoyed this battle to the fullest. The long sword swept out like a dragon crossing the river. In the next moment, many dragon shadows appeared on the sword chi. One sword turned into 10,000 dragons. One dragon after another stood indomitable, as if God's hand had been resurrected. They filled the sky. They roared at the sky, and their bodies carried an indestructible power. The powerful murderous aura made Xiao Dai almost kneel on the ground in fright. What kind of power was this? She was still unconvinced when she lost to Lin Xian, but now it seemed that she was too stupid and naive. Lin Xian didn't want to kill her at all. Otherwise, he could have killed her in one strike. Between heaven and earth, there was infinite killing intent. Lin Xian waved his hand, and 10,000 sword dragons rushed down. They all attacked the Sword Emperor. Damn it! How dare you underestimate me? The Sword Emperor's face was ferocious. In the face of these terrifying attacks, he didn't escape at all. Instead, he stood in the void. In the next moment, his broken arm quickly recovered. Then he shouted in a low voice, "White Moon Divine Dance!" His figure suddenly jumped up and stood in the sky. Then his long sword danced continuously and slashed out 13 times in a row. Each sword was peerless. The 13 swords were connected and overlapped with each other. It was as if the gods were dancing. The dragons in front were hit and quickly collapsed. They actually tore open a space. Not a single dragon could reach the Sword Emperor. He was so powerful he actually blocked it. Gu Santong and the others were shocked beyond words. One had to know that the dragon shadow that Lin Xian transformed into was so terrifying. But now, someone could actually block it. It was unbelievable. Lin Xian smiled. That's right, show me your true ability. His cultivation technique was broken, but he didn't care. In the next moment, he held the immortal slaying sword and charged over to fight the Sword Emperor in close combat. The Sword Emperor swept his sword and used the White Moon Divine Dance again. This time, there were no dragons to block him. He wanted to kill Lin Xian directly. Lin Xian became one with his sword, and like a dragon in the sky, he cut through the 9 heavens. The 2 divine weapons collided in the air, and then they shook violently. Lin Xian roared angrily, and the sword chi on his body became even more dazzling, directly knocking the White Moon Divine sword away. Then, the sword pierced through the Sword Emperor's body. All of this happened in an instant. To be honest, no one saw it clearly. Whether it was Little Butterfly, Yi Wu Dao, Gu Santong, or the others, they couldn't see it clearly. They could only hear a loud bang, and then the sky fell and the earth cracked. That was because the speed of the 2 people was too fast, exceeding their perception. What happened? They hurriedly looked carefully. They saw that the 2 of them were already fighting with their backs facing each other. On Lin Xian's immortal slaying sword, the Emperor's blood was dripping nonstop. But behind him, the Sword Emperor's body was trembling. His internal organs were all shattered, and a huge bloody hole appeared in his body. He won. Murong Qingqing and the others cheered. Little Butterfly, on the other hand, couldn't believe it. Her vision turned black, and she almost fainted. Did the Sword Emperor lose? That was the Sword Emperor, the invincible existence of the younger generation of the Sword God's palace. He was the peerless swordsman who swept across the world. But now he was defeated in his first battle outside the pristine Jade City. And he was defeated by a young great emperor. The Sword Emperor also roared to the sky, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He felt that his broken body couldn't heal. The invincible power above was too terrifying. This was the power of the great dragon's sword soul. He said, "I don't accept this. You have the great dragon's sword soul. Otherwise, I would kill you with one strike." Lin Xian snorted coldly, turned around, and looked at his opponent. He said, "You don't accept this? Fine, then I'll beat you until you accept it." After that, he waved his hand, and the great dragon's sword soul in his body flew out. It swung its dragon tail in the air, and then flew into the city of 10,000 swords. "I won't use the great dragon sword soul. You are still no match for me." Chapter 63-64. Lin Xian's actions surprised everyone. Murong Qingqing and the others exclaimed, "Brother Xian, you actually let the dragon sword soul leave your body!" The Crimson Dragon also said, "What is this kid thinking? He could just use his unstoppable power to kill the other party, and it would be over." On the other side, Xiao Dai was also surprised. In her opinion, Lin Xian's cultivation was so much lower than the Sword Emperor's. To be able to win, he definitely relied on the dragon sword soul. But now, the other party had actually given up on the great dragon sword soul. Wasn't this courting death? The Sword Emperor also laughed. "Ignorant, do you really think you can beat me without the dragon sword soul? Soon you will be desperate." He wanted to make a move. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, you are seriously injured and can't use your full strength. I will give you a chance to recover." The Sword Emperor couldn't believe his ears. How confident was the other party to let him recover? Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back, his expression incomparably calm. "What's the point of defeating an injured you? Is 3 days enough? So arrogant, you underestimate me too much. 1 day is enough." The Sword Emperor directly sat down cross-legged. He took out the most precious heavenly treasure from his storage ring and swallowed it. To be honest, swallowing this thing made his heart bleed because he didn't want to waste it unless it was a matter of life and death. However, in order to defeat this kid in front of him, he couldn't care less. Sure enough, after swallowing it, his broken wounds were actually healing. It seemed that it would take less than a day to recover. Night fell, and the stars shone brightly. A strange scene appeared in the heavens. However, no one was in the mood to admire the night sky. They were all nervous. The Sword Emperor stood up. The Sword Emperor's injuries had already healed. "Kid, you will regret this. I will let you know that without the dragon sword soul, you are just a piece of trash. I can kill you with one move." The current Lin Xian was just an ordinary great emperor, even if he had a divine weapon. So what? He couldn't withstand a single blow. In the Sword Emperor's opinion, he didn't even need to use the White Moon God Dance. An ordinary moonlight slash could instantly kill his opponent. Sure enough, he had used the moonlight slash. The overlapping moonlight, combined with the magical night sky, was much more powerful than during the day. Although it was just a normal attack, it wasn't something a super great emperor could block. Stupid. Lin Xian shook his head and snorted coldly. In the next moment, his figure flashed, and his speed was extremely fast. Heaven-defying sword technique. It was still the same unyielding will. The sword in Lin Xian's hand destroyed everything. The moonlight that filled the sky was completely shattered. Then, with a flash of sword light, an arm flew up. The Sword Emperor let out a blood-curdling scream. Everyone was stunned once again. Lin Xian had cut off one of the Sword Emperor's arms with a single strike. Why was this battle record even more terrifying than before? Lin Xian said coldly, "Underestimating the enemy was a taboo for martial artists." He did not attack again. The Sword Emperor was furious. Are you lecturing me? Although he was furious, he was also extremely shocked. Just now, what was up with this kid's sword? Why didn't he feel much weaker? His opponent's swordsmanship was still as cold as ever. That's not right. There was no longer the power of the dragon's sword soul in his body. How could he still use such a cold swordsmanship? The Sword Emperor's arm flew back and merged with his body. He said coldly, "Kid, what's wrong with you?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. "My swordsmanship is called the heaven-defying swordsmanship. This swordsmanship has nothing to do with the dragon's sword soul. What the dragon's sword soul can provide is invincible power. The true essence of the heaven-defying swordsmanship is an unyielding will. The heavens can't stop me. The earth can't stop me. No one in the world can stop me. This is the heaven-defying swordsmanship." Hearing this, the Sword Emperor's pupils constricted. How arrogant! What had this guy experienced? At this moment, he put away his contempt, because he found that the young man in front of him was really too unusual. He had never seen him like this before. "Next, I will use all my strength to defeat you. Come on." The Sword Emperor shouted angrily and directly used the White Moon Divine Dance. Everyone became nervous again. This was the opponent's peerless magical power. Previously, Lin Xian had the dragon sword soul and could slash it. Now, if the opponent didn't use the power of the dragon sword soul, could he resist it? They didn't know. Lin Xian's expression was incomparably calm. Looking at this peerless magical power, he attacked again, heaven-defying 3 consecutive slashes. Sky slash, sky collapse, earth slash, earth crack. Lin Xian's sword was extremely fast and terrifying. Between heaven and earth, a huge sword light flashed. Then, the sky broke open and the earth cracked open. This destructive power directly swallowed the opponent's 13 sword lights. At this time, Lin Xian had already arrived in front of the Sword Emperor. Slash. The third slash. The Sword Emperor didn't have time to defend, and his body was cut in half. Blood stained the sky. The 2 halves of the body fell from the sky. Miserable shrieks rang out, like the wails of ghosts and the howls of wolves. Was it thrown away? Murong, Qingqing, Yi Wu Dao, and the others were all stunned. What a terrifying swordsmanship! They had never seen the heaven-defying triple slash before. Was this a newly created swordsmanship? In fact, Lin Xian had thought about this swordsmanship for a long time because he was prepared for the worst. He had thought about how he would deal with it if he didn't have the power of the dragon's sword one day. Therefore, he prepared this heavenly triple slash. Now that he used it, its power was extremely powerful. The Sword Emperor. Xiao Dai was scared to tears. The Sword Emperor had lost again. This time there was no excuse. If it was because of the dragon's sword soul before, but this time why? The Sword Emperor was stronger than the opponent in terms of cultivation. Both of them had divine artifacts. The Sword Emperor had lost. It could only be said that his skill was inferior. You've lost. Do you want to continue? Lin Xian looked forward and said. Previously, the 2 of them were just exchanging pointers. If they continued, it might be a life-and-death battle. The Sword Emperor didn't hear anything because he was really stunned. His confidence was shattered. All along he had been a sword genius. He was invincible in the Sword God Palace. Even in Jade Pure City, when he fought with the genius powerhouses of other sects, he could easily win. He had never suffered such a setback. As for the outside world, he was even more disdainful. They were just ants. However, the defeat of this battle was really unexpected. He couldn't accept it. Let me ask you, in your universe, how many people are stronger than you? At this moment, the Sword Emperor had a deep suspicion. This universe is too terrifying. Lin Xian said, "In the younger generation, no one is my match. Below the Land Immortal, there aren't many who can compete with me. It's not shameful for you to lose to me. You know, I've tricked more than one Land Immortal. If you really fight me to the death, I'm afraid you will die miserably." Lin Xian's words stunned the Sword Emperor and Xiao Dai. They believed that the other party was the number one person in the younger generation. However, the other party had fought against a land immortal and even gained the upper hand. How was this possible? A land immortal. That was an existence that stood above everything else. Chapter 63, 65. The people in the outside world were really too terrifying. This was what the Sword Emperor and the others thought. They found that they were really frogs in a well. In fact, the Sword Emperor was just scared. He was already very strong. Even in the heavens, the realm of the gods or the Nirvana realm, he was a super master below the earth immortal level. There were not many people who could suppress him. It was a pity that he challenged Lin Xian as soon as he came up. Lin Xian's strength was super terrifying. After the Sword Emperor was defeated, he was very shocked. The two halves of the Sword Emperor's body slowly healed. He said, "You're very strong. I'm no match for you. There's no need to fight. As for the dragon's sword soul, needless to say, I'm not qualified to take it." Behind him, Xiao Dai also walked over and bowed respectfully. "Lin Gongzi, I'm sorry for offending you. Please forgive me." Now, she didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Lin Xian anymore. Lin Xian was surprised. He thought that the Sword Emperor would fight with his life, but he didn't expect that. It seemed that the Sword Emperor was indeed an extraordinary person. He said, "It's okay. In fact, your sword Dao is really strong. We can learn from each other in the future." "Okay, young master, aren't you going to Yuqing City? At that time, you can come to the Sword God's palace as a guest. I'll treat you well." The Sword Emperor was unruly and didn't take anything seriously. However, at this moment, after being defeated by Lin Xian, he somewhat admired Lin Xian. His attitude became a lot more humble. In the distance of the battlefield, there were two figures. These two people were hiding in the void. There were stone-like patterns on their bodies. They were Xian Yin and Xian Ming of the Nirvana realm. Xian Yin looked at this scene and snorted coldly he lost. This Lin Wuti was really strong. Xian Ming said, "It's okay. We have two plans. If we win, we'll get the dragon's sword soul." But he lost? It didn't matter. Anyway, we'll let the god's realm and the Sword God's palace become enemies. It seemed that it was impossible for them to become enemies naturally. In this case, we'll help him. Xian Yin sneered. If such a sword expert died outside, the Sword God Palace would probably go crazy. That's right, he had to be prepared. He might have the power of the Sword God. Therefore, we must ensure that nothing goes wrong. Their eyes flickered. They actually wanted to attack the Sword Emperor. As for the Sword Emperor, he didn't know about this. He had made a promise with Lin Xian that they would spar again in the future. Then he left. "Sword Emperor, where are we going?" Xiao Dai asked. The Sword Emperor said, "Let's go back to the Sword God Palace. The world is big, but there is always someone stronger. Only now did I realize that I am not an invincible existence. Cultivate well. Next time, I can't lose to him again." Thinking of this, he increased his speed. A day later, he left the city of 10,000 swords for good. The surroundings had already become desolate. There was not a single figure in the vast mountain range. The Sword Emperor was not worried. Although he had lost to Lin Xian, it was impossible for others to touch him. However, right at that moment, the sky split open, and an enormous hand suddenly slapped toward him. Who was it? Courting death. The Sword Emperor was furious. Someone dared to sneak an attack on him. He turned around and sent out a sword light. This sword cut through heaven and earth. However, in the face of this enormous hand, his sword light was useless. The sword light shattered in an instant. An enormous hand fell mercilessly. The Sword Emperor's expression changed drastically. This was the power of an earth immortal. Dodge quickly. He roared angrily, and the divine fire on his body burned completely. He desperately dodged this palm. However, half of his body was still shattered. If it wasn't for the divine artifact blocking this attack, he would have been reduced to ashes long ago. But even so, his situation was very bad. Xiao Dai was sent flying by this power. She let out a miserable cry as she was severely injured. She fainted. Who was it? The Sword Emperor roared crazily. He swallowed a pill and swept his gaze in all directions. Get out here. Could it be Lin Wudi? That was impossible. There was no enmity between him and Lin Wudi. He had even invited the other party. The other party had no reason to kill him. Could it be that the other party was a despicable person? In the void, a sneer came. We are from the divine realm. We won't allow you to live. What? Were they really sent by Lin Wudi? The Sword Emperor's expression was extremely ugly. However, he quickly said, impossible. I'm no longer a threat to him. He doesn't have to kill me. Who are you? Who are you? In the sky, the figure snorted coldly. It's not a good thing to be too smart. Who am I? You don't need to know. You only need to know that your death is very valuable to us. After saying those words, the enormous palm once again came crashing down from the sky. The sword god was desperate. Although he was extremely powerful, he was no match for an earth immortal. At this moment of crisis, the space between his eyebrows split open, and an even more terrifying sword intent swept over. This was the power that the sword god had left in him to resist the earth immortal. As expected, there was the power left by the sword god. But so what? This time we are well prepared. The power of the second earth immortal erupted. It began to seal the power of the sword god. 2 earth immortals. The sword emperor was really desperate. How could he resist 2 immortal level figures to kill him? He would definitely die. Kid, you should be proud to die in our hands. Boom! The sword emperor's body shattered, and his heart and soul were destroyed. In the hands of the earth immortals, he had no chance of escaping. The divine artifact in his hand fell to the ground, making a sorrowful sound. This divine artifact wanted to risk its life, but it was caught by the earth immortal and then sealed. On the other side, the aura of the third earth immortal erupted, and together they destroyed the power of the sword god. Then 3 figures stood in the void. 2 of them were wearing black robes, and one was a translucent soul. The 3 of them sneered and said, "Things are going well. Let's go. Throw this divine artifact into the city of 10,000 swords, and our mission will be completed." The 3 of them cut through the void and left. These 3 people were naturally Xianyin, Xianming, and Virtual Immortal. The 3 Earth Immortals made a move to frame the Divine Realm and Lin Xian. The 3 of them quickly flew into the distance, towards the city of 10,000 swords. When they were hundreds of thousands of miles away from the city of 10,000 swords, they threw out this divine artifact. The white moon divine sword turned into a ray of moonlight, directly piercing through heaven and earth, and fiercely smashing towards the city of 10,000 swords. With a boom, the defenses of the city of 10,000 swords were torn apart. This divine sword directly killed its way into the ancient city. Along the way, it tore apart the endless defenses. Finally, it was nailed to the ground. Everyone in the city of 10,000 swords was stunned. Some people were even torn apart by this force. What was going on? An enemy was attacking. What a powerful attack. Quickly defend. Angry roars came one after another. Lin Xian and the others were also alarmed. When they saw the white moon divine sword nailed to the ground, they frowned. The crimson dragon roared, "Is it that sword emperor?" I knew it. How could he bow his head and admit defeat? Could it be that he has come back? And with the masters of the Sword God Palace. Lin Xian also didn't quite believe it. His Rinnegan looked outside. Then he said, "No one." Impossible, right? The Crimson Dragon and the others searched everywhere, but they found that there was really no one. There was only a sword. Chapter 63-66. In the vast mountains, Xiao Dai opened her eyes. "What's wrong with me? My head hurts so much. I've already died once. My cultivation base has already become a quasi-emperor. What happened before? Why don't I remember? Damn it! Who can help me break the seal from before? Xiao Dai was in great pain. Xiao Dai being alive was definitely out of everyone's expectations. Even the Earth Immortals probably didn't expect it, because Xiao Dai's body wasn't human, but of the divine silkworm race. The divine silkworm race broke through the cocoon and became a butterfly. Moreover, when they died, they didn't really die. They would pay the price of losing their cultivation base to turn into a cocoon and revive again. However, their memories would be sealed and needed someone to break it. Xiao Dai couldn't remember anything at this moment, and her body began to form a cocoon of light. It recovered again. She was seriously injured. Although she was alive, she couldn't move yet. At the same time, in the Sword God Palace, the Sword God's expression changed. Not good. Something happened to the Sword Emperor. The sword energy he left in the Sword Emperor's body was destroyed, and it was destroyed in an instant. An Earth Immortal made a move. More than one. Damn it. Did the Divine Realm make a move? They're going too far. On this day, the Sword God Palace was incomparably furious. The sword energy tore through the 9 heavens. The Sword God didn't attack immediately. After all, he didn't know how many enemies were waiting for him outside. However, he wouldn't let this matter rest. He condensed a Sword Dao clone and left Jade Green City. He wanted to thoroughly investigate this matter and find out who did it. He couldn't find any other clues, but he found that the White Moon Divine Sword's aura was still there. He had to find this divine weapon first. This was also a divine weapon of his Sword God Palace. He definitely couldn't allow it to be left outside. Moreover, the person who possessed the divine weapon was most likely the person who killed the Sword Emperor. Was it that Lin Xian, the owner of the Great Dragon Sword? The Sword Dao clone was very fast. This clone was extremely terrifying. It had the strength of an Earth Immortal. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to arrive at the city of 10,000 swords. Get out here. With an angry roar, the sword slashed down, and the city of 10,000 swords shook violently again. The people in the city of 10,000 swords were also stunned. Previously, their defenses were broken by the divine sword making, and they were facing a great enemy. Later, they realized that there was no sign of the Sword Emperor. Who would have thought that the situation would change again? Someone else was coming. Who was the reckless one? The Crimson Dragon and the others rushed over. They saw a figure surrounded by sword light standing between heaven and earth. The other party's aura was much more terrifying than the Sword Emperor's, causing their scalps to go numb. This was the power of a land immortal. Who is this senior? Leaf Daudenier asked. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. Jian Dao Clone said coldly, I can sense that the White Moon Divine Sword is here. Had the Sword Emperor been here? That's right. Leaf Daudenier and the others nodded. So, it really was you who killed the Sword Emperor. What? The Sword Emperor was dead. Leaf Daudenier and the others were stunned. What kind of joke was this? Although Lin Xian defeated the Sword Emperor, he did not kill him. They even appreciated each other. So how could they have died? What a bunch of nonsense. The Crimson Dragon jumped out and said, Do you think you can distort the truth just because you are an Earth Immortal? We were the ones who were magnanimous and let that guy go. In the end, that guy attacked us with his divine sword and even injured our subordinates. We didn't look for trouble with you, but you still dare to slander us. Stupid ant, what kind of tone is that? The Sword Dao clone was furious and punched out. 10,000 sword fist. It directly charged towards the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon was shocked. He quickly activated the array. The sword light above the city wall turned into a giant dragon and crazily resisted. This time, even Wan Jianqing trembled. Countless people inside were shocked. Even Lin Xian opened his eyes. He asked, What's going on? Beside him, Morong Qingqing said, Brother Xian, it seems that a land immortal has arrived. Land immortal? Let's go take a look. Lin Xian and the others walked out. What's going on? Lin Xian asked. Leaf Dao Denier told him what had happened, and Lin Xian's expression changed. The Sword Emperor was dead. He felt that something was wrong. There seemed to be something fishy about this. Senior is from the Sword God Palace? Could it be the Sword God? That's right, it's me. Let me ask you, is the White Moon Divine sword in this ancient city? Lin Xian waved his hand and directly took the White Moon Divine sword from afar. He threw it to the Sword Dao clone in front of him. After the Sword Dao clone received it, he coldly shouted, You are the successor of the great dragon Sword Soul, right? You are so ruthless. It was just a spar. Why did you kill the Sword Emperor? Do you know that the Sword Emperor is my successor? He will be in charge of the Sword God Palace in the future. I didn't kill the Sword Emperor. There must be a misunderstanding. Senior, why don't you investigate clearly first? Is there a misunderstanding? It's very simple. Come back to the Sword God Palace with me. When I investigate clearly, I will let you go. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. Senior didn't investigate the cause of the Sword Emperor's death, but had designs on me. Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a land immortal? He could feel a trace of greed in the other party's eyes. Since you are unwilling, then don't blame me for making a move. This Sword Dao clone was extremely powerful. In the next moment, he grabbed the White Moon Divine sword and slashed over. Lin Xian roared angrily. The great dragon Sword Soul fused with the earth vein, forming an azure dragon. It rushed out from the ground and collided with the opponent's divine artifact. With a clang, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Great, he blocked it. The Sword Dao clone in front of him had a gloomy expression. I didn't expect you to be able to control the earth vein here. I'm really surprised that a mere great emperor can do this. However, you underestimate my power too much. The power of a land immortal is not something you can imagine. White Moon Divine Dance. At this moment, the Sword Dao clone soared into the sky. He used a peerless divine ability. Previously, the Sword Emperor had used this move. However, at this moment, the Sword Dao clone was 100 times stronger than the Sword Emperor. Lin Xian and the others didn't attack again. Instead, they used the power of the earth vein to the extreme. They defended stubbornly. Wan Jianqing shook violently from the attack. Everyone was terrified. What should we do? Lin Xian said. From the looks of it, it's just a clone. I've experienced the power of a real land immortal, and he can't reach it at all. Furthermore, this matter is too strange. I keep feeling that someone has tampered with it. Furthermore, this clone is up to no good. I'll send a voice transmission to Lord Alcohol. Lin Xian decided to end the battle quickly. Upper Azure City. After Lord Alcohol received the news, he immediately took action. Across the endless void, he slashed out the devouring sword. In an instant, he appeared outside the ancient city. Then he swallowed all the aquamoon sword beams that filled the sky. In the next moment, the devouring vortex once again shot out countless sword beams towards the Sword Dao clone. The Sword Dao clone jumped in fright and hurriedly dodged. Then his expression turned extremely ugly. He stared intently at the vortex. What a strange power! The vortex of sword beams was extremely terrifying. As a clone, he was no match for it. At this moment, Lord Alcohol's voice sounded from the vortex. Scram, or I'll destroy you. Chapter 63-67. Land Immortal. The Sword Dao clone's expression was extremely ugly. He knew that it was impossible for him to succeed today. He said, Okay, just you wait. This matter is not over. My Sword God Palace is not so easy to bully. Moreover, the power of Jade Pure City is beyond your imagination. Just you wait and bear the wrath. With that, the Sword Dao clone turned and left. The black vortex came to the ancient city and said, What's going on? Lin Xian told him what had happened and said, Things are too strange. The Sword Emperor was killed, and it was definitely not us. I suspect that someone wants to frame us. Lord Alcohol said, if it's not the Supreme Palace, then it's the other side. Moreover, that Sword Emperor could instantly know that you were the owner of the great dragon Sword Soul. It was also very strange. I feel that this is a trap and we are already deep in it. Then let's hurry up and find out. The Crimson Dragon said, we can't be wronged like this. Lord Alcohol shook his head and said, it's useless. Since they did it, they must be extremely careful. It must be foolproof. We can't find any clues at all. Moreover, that Sword Tao clone was clearly after the great dragon Sword Soul. Therefore, whether or not the Sword Emperor is involved, the Sword God Palace will not let this matter rest. Kid, you have to be careful. If you really can't do it, you should avoid the limelight and not go to Jade Pure City. However, Lin Xian shook his head. No, I must go to Jade Pure City. I feel that there must be a fragment of the great dragon sword in Jade Pure City. I must find it. Although my strength has increased, I still can't face a land immortal. If I can find the fragment of the great dragon sword, then I will have the power to fight. Lin Xian decided to take them by surprise and immediately set off. No one would have thought. In a distant place, in the void, Xian Ming sensed the scene in front of him. The corners of his mouth also raised into a smile. That old ghost sword god made a move, but was blocked by the devouring sword. However, he definitely won't let this go. We can sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. The old ghost didn't investigate the cause of the Sword Emperor's death at all. Instead, he went straight for the great dragon Sword Soul. His purpose was obvious, but could he win? Xian Yin frowned. Xian Ming laughed and said, in Jade Clear City, he is not the only Earth immortal. I reckon when he goes back, he will join forces. At that time, we'll sow discord among them. I think these people's spearheads will all point towards the God Realm. Once they start fighting, it will give us time to rest. By the time we're ready and make a comeback, it will be the end of God's domain. Xian Ming also sighed. Can Lord Taishang's plan succeed? Why haven't those people from the river of time returned? Could there be a problem? Xian Yin shook his head. I don't know. The power of time is the strangest. No one can tell. It's better for us to wait in silence. As soon as he finished speaking, the two figures disappeared again. On the other side, Lin Xian had already begun to move. He went to Jade Clear City alone. Apart from this, the others were waiting, entering in batches, because if they went together, they would be too big of a target. Lord Alcohol personally used the devouring vortex to send Lin Xian outside Jade Pure City. Then he said, little guy, be careful. Keep this vortex with you. If there's any danger, take it out immediately. I will resist those guys. With that, the vortex quickly shrank to the size of a palm. Lin Xian waved his hand and put it into the sword world. The next moment, he took a deep breath and restrained his aura. He entered Jade Clear City. On the other side, the Sword Tao clone also returned to Jade Clear City. Moreover, he was only slightly faster than Lin Xian. After he returned, he merged with his main body. The sword god's expression was extremely ugly. What a god realm! What a successor of the dragon sword soul! Just you wait. With that, he sent out an order. Go! Invite Wood Immortal and Water Immortal. Tell them that I have something important to discuss with them. Also, from now on, keep an eye on the outsiders who come to Jade Clear City. As long as a young, peerless swordsman appears, immediately take him down. Yes, the people of the Sword God Palace hurriedly went to make arrangements. However, they were still a step too late because Lin Xian had already entered. After Lin Xian entered, he sighed with emotion. A city is a world. This Jade Clear City is vast and boundless. Sure enough, it was very similar to Shangqing City. However, Shangqing City was too deserted. Other than the people of the God Realm, there was no one else. However, Jade Clear City was different. Lin Xian seemed to see a world where martial arts flourished. He could feel that there was more than one Earth Immortal's aura. Sure enough, it was very similar to Immortal City. Lin Xian could feel that there was a biting cold sword intent in the west of Jade Clear City. That should be the direction of the Sword God Palace. He didn't go to the west, but to the east. This time, he only had one goal in coming to Jade Clear City, to find the fragment of the great dragon sword. Turning the black ring on his finger, Lin Xian set off. He kept walking, because Lord Alcohol had said that this ring was related to the great dragon sword. Once the ring reacted, the fragment of the great dragon sword would be nearby. However, after searching for 5 days, the ring didn't react at all. Lin Xian then went to several other places in Clear Jade City. He also went to the north and south. However, there was no reaction. Instead, he discovered something. The people of the Sword God Palace had begun to investigate the outsiders. They seemed to be searching for something. It should be the Sword God who gave the order to search for him, right? Thinking of this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He avoided the detection of these people and continued to search for the whereabouts of the great dragon sword. However, he still found nothing. No, I have to change my way of thinking. With my strength, it's impossible to completely explore the entire Jade Clear City, because there were some places where powerful families and sects were located. He couldn't enter those places. It seemed that he had to release some news. Next, Lin Xian used a method to send some information. He used Rinnegan to control some people and inputted some information into their souls. For example, the whereabouts of the great dragon sword was out. The offensive saint technique was in Jade Clear City. In short, he spread the news as much as he could. When these people spread the news, no one believed them at first. However, the news spread more and more. For a moment, countless people were stunned. What? The great dragon sword, which represented offensive techniques and power, was in their Jade Clear City. Whoever could find it would become a land immortal. For a moment, countless people went crazy. They began to search. It was overwhelming. Some families and sects had even begun to move. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the treasure-hunting army. With these people helping him search, the speed and efficiency should be much faster. The news spread wider and wider. In the end, even the people of the Sword God Palace knew about it. When they sent the news back, the Sword God frowned. Where did this news come from? Was it spread by the outside world? Damn it, would anyone go to look for the great dragon sword soul? If the other land immortals took the lead, that was his plan. Wouldn't it be ruined? Chapter 63-68. Sword God was very worried, so he began to send people to block the news. It was fine if he didn't do anything, but once he did, everyone became alert. The people of Sword God Palace were blocking the news. Damn it, they must know something. Let's go to Sword God Palace. Countless people began to move, and the treasure-hunting army charged to the west of Jade Clear City. Damn it, are these guys crazy? Sword God was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he heard the news. A group of reckless people. He wanted to make a move, but he found that there were more and more people, and the families and sects involved far exceeded his imagination. There were even other immortal palaces and divine palaces behind them. Damn it, there were even land immortals asking him if he really had news of the great dragon sword. Sword God went crazy. No, I don't. He roared angrily. At the same time, he gritted his teeth. This matter was too strange. Someone had acted before him. Was it someone from the divine realm? Find him. Find that kid thoroughly for me. At the same time, Sword God also made a move. He condensed 7 blood swords. Each blood sword carried an extremely strong killing intent. The 7 blood swords circled in the void. In the next moment, Sword God waved his hand again. The divine fire on his body condensed into a flame figure. This flame figure turned into the appearance of a man. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely find that the flame figure condensed into his appearance. Hunt down this kid for me. The seven blood sword chi were controlled by sword god and pierced through the flame figure. Then the flames on the flame figure disappeared and merged into the seven sword chi. Go! The seven blood swords flew out of sword god palace and circled in the sky, flying in seven directions. Humph! Kid, unless you don't appear. If you really are here, the blood sword will kill you. After sword god did all this, he snorted coldly and began to wait. Lin Xian did come. He followed the treasure-hunting army. This way, the swordsmen of sword god palace wouldn't be able to find him. Lin Xian had been silently searching. He found that sword god palace was abnormally furious. He sneered. He was prepared to wait for an opportunity. But on this day, a blood sword flew over from the sky. The sword chi on the blood sword was very terrifying, causing countless experts to be terrified. Get out of the way, they all fled. The blood sword was invincible wherever it passed. Lin Xian frowned as well. His figure flashed as he quickly dodged. However, at this moment, the blood sword started to tremble violently. Above it, a bloody light filled the sky. Then he stared at Lin Xian as if to confirm. In the next moment, when he arrived in front of Lin Xian, he immediately released a monstrous killing intent. Then he turned into a shocking rainbow and slashed towards Lin Xian. This sudden scene shocked everyone. What was going on? This blood arrow was so terrifying that it actually attacked a young man. It was too inconceivable. Lin Xian was also stunned. Get lost. He threw out a punch. The golden fist flew out like a golden crow and knocked the blood sword away. However, blood sword was completely fine. He once again turned around and charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned and kept dodging. However, no matter where he appeared, the blood arrow stared at him as if it would not stop until he was dead. Humph! Lin Xian roared as he took out the god-slaying sword and slashed out. This time, the power of the gods completely exploded. The blood arrow was completely knocked away by him, and a huge crack appeared in the sky. The blood sword was directly knocked into the void. The blood sword did not return in a short period of time. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. Who was this kid? He was actually targeted by Xue Tian. Someone said, I saw 7 blood arrows fly out from the Sword God Palace with my own eyes. This is the power of the Sword God Palace. Did this kid offend the Sword God Palace? Countless discussions could be heard. At this moment, some swordsmen from the Sword God Palace rushed over and surrounded Lin Xian. This person is very suspicious. Take him down. Get lost. Lin Xian roared as he slashed out. Instantly, 3 swordsmen from the Sword God Palace were split apart. Blood dyed the sky. Everyone went crazy. This guy actually dared to attack the people from the Sword God Palace. Did he have a death wish? The experts from the Sword God Palace were also furious. Take him down. With a furious roar, more than 10 swordsmen rushed over in an overwhelming manner. Lin Xian waved his hand and struck out the great solar undying palm. In the sky, a palm burning with the sun descended from the sky. It directly enveloped the dozen swordsmen. The sound of bones breaking could be heard as the dozen swordsmen's bodies split apart. They screamed in terror. All sorts of sounds made one's scalp go numb. However, they could not escape. After a palm strike, the dozen swordsmen turned into ashes. The terrifying attack shocked everyone, and they all turned to look at Lin Xian. Who was this young man? He actually dared to kill people from the Sword God Palace. Kid, did you have a death wish? A middle-aged man rushed over from afar. The middle-aged man held a purple long sword with purple flames dancing on it. This sword was called the Purple Fire Sword. It was one of the 10 famous swords of the Sword God Palace. The Sword God Palace was a place that countless swordsmen yearned for. The Sword God was extremely powerful and mysterious. He was elusive and rarely appeared. The most famous person in the Sword God Palace was the Sword Emperor. The head of the 10 famous swords was extremely powerful. He was known as the invincible swordsman below the land immortals. He was invincible. In addition to him, the Sword God Palace had 9 other famous swords that were extremely terrifying. Although it wasn't a divine artifact, it was still a terrifying existence among extreme weapons. The purple fire sword was one of the 10 famous swords. The man who was burning with purple flames was known as the Purple Fire Sword Emperor. Kid, who are you? How dare you kill people from the Sword God Palace? The Purple Fire Sword Emperor shouted coldly. Her voice was filled with a scorching aura. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You came to kill me, and you still don't know who I am? Are you the person we are looking for? That's right. Lin Xian sneered. So it's you. The Purple Fire Sword Emperor snorted coldly. In the next moment, he attacked. The purple fire sword in his hand swept across the sky. Instantly, the entire sky became bright. Countless flames spread between heaven and earth. The monstrous power made everyone tremble in fear. It's none of our business. Those people who were looking for treasures fled far away. They shook their heads frantically. We won't be enemies with the Sword God Palace. Kid, everything is over. The Purple Fire Sword Emperor's voice could be heard from the purple flames in the sky. In the next moment, thousands of purple sword chi condensed in the sky and fell mercilessly. This attack was extremely terrifying. No one could withstand it. Even a great emperor would be turned into ashes instantly. Lin Xian lifted his head to look at the sky. His lips curled into a cold smile as he watched the terrifying attack. In the next moment, he attacked. Qian Kuin, sword art. Everything was a sword. Sword chi appeared in all directions. It was shocking. This kid was also an exceptional swordsman. Chapter 63-69. Once the Qian Kuin sword art was executed, the place where Lin Xian was at had turned into a sword domain. And in this sword domain, Lin Xian was the sword Tao master. The flames in the sky seemed to have condensed into countless sword chi. However, these sword chi weren't aimed at Lin Xian, but at the Purple Fire Sword Emperor. The Purple Fire Sword Emperor's face changed. How was this possible? Only he could control his divine fire. How could Lin Fan use it? Damn it! Get lost! He shouted furiously. He wanted to suppress these purple flames. However, it was too late. These purple flames instantly pierced through his body. Fresh blood splattered. He was severely injured, and his entire body flew out. In the blink of an eye, the Purple Fire Sword Emperor was defeated. This was out of everyone's expectations. This was one of the top 10 famed swords. Damn it, just you wait. The Purple Fire Sword Emperor roared and turned to escape. Lin Fan was too strange. He wasn't a match for him. It was better for him to go back and get reinforcements. Where are you going? Lin Xian laughed loudly. The great solar undying palm in the sky slammed down again. My life is over. The Purple Fire Sword Emperor was in despair. However, at this moment, the void broke open and the blood-colored sword chi flew back again. It pierced through the great solar undying palm again and charged towards Lin Xian. This sudden change caused everyone's expression to change. The Purple Fire Sword Emperor laughed loudly. He didn't escape, but said coldly, Lin Fan was dead. Lin Xian frowned too. Is the blood-colored sword chi back? It's really haunting me. Since that's the case, I'll destroy this sword chi. Lin Xian roared and activated his immortal power to the extreme. At the same time, he swung his sword and shattered the heaven and earth. A void appeared in the surroundings. Lin Xian's figure was hidden in the void. It's useless. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you'll definitely die if you're targeted by the blood-colored sword. Unless you die in the Yellow Springs. The Purple Fire Sword Emperor sneered. Boom! The blood-colored sword pierced into the void and let out a deafening sound. Everyone could only feel the sword chi flying in all directions. Clang! Is that kid dead? Everyone was talking about it. At this moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. followed by blood dripping all over the place. A rain of blood seemed to fall between heaven and earth. At this moment, a figure streaked across the sky. Flying dragon in the sky. At the next moment, the purple fire sword emperor's head flew up. He couldn't believe it. His soul was quickly extinguishing. She wanted to recover, but a powerful force directly destroyed her soul. Invincible. There was no way to recover. Boom! The headless corpse fell from the sky, causing the ground to sink. Blood dyed the ground red. Everyone was stunned. The purple fire sword emperor was dead. One of the 10 great sword emperors had actually died on the spot. He didn't even have a chance to escape. It was that young man who killed him. Look, he was still alive. Everyone exclaimed. They looked up and found that Lin Xian was still standing in the sky. At this moment, the sword in Lin Xian's hand was stained with blood. He was like a peerless god of death, extremely terrifying. He broke the blood sword and even killed the purple fire sword emperor. It was too unbelievable. How did he do it? Lin Xian frowned. He was sure that the blood sword was the power of the sword god. It had surpassed a super great emperor. At that moment, he had used the power of the gods, the immortal slaying sword, and the great dragon's sword to the extreme. Only then did he break the blood sword. Fortunately, his cultivation had broken through and reached the mid-stage great emperor realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do anything to the blood sword. Dead. The purple fire sword emperor was dead. Run quickly. The sword god palace wouldn't let this go. With a roar, everyone fled frantically. They knew that someone had broken through the sky. The sword god palace would definitely go crazy. There were 10 statues in the sword god palace. The 10 of them had different expressions, but each of them had a divine sword in their hand. They were the 10 great swords of the sword god palace. However, at this moment, one of the statues suddenly shattered, turning into countless purple flames and scattering on the ground. The people of the sword god palace were stunned. What happened? They turned their heads to look. Someone exclaimed. The statue of the purple fire sword emperor was broken. How was that possible? This meant that the purple fire sword emperor had fallen. Who could kill him? He was one of the 10 great swords. At this moment, a few figures covered in blood flew over and knelt on the ground. Sword god grand ancestor, this is bad. The purple fire sword emperor had fallen. He was killed on the spot. The sword god palace was in an uproar. Everyone's mind went blank. Did the 10 great swords of the sword god palace fall? When the news reached the sword god's ears, he was so angry that his body was trembling. Kill! Kill him at all costs. Next, the other sword emperors also attacked. At this moment, the experts of the sword god palace began to search for the enemy. In an instant, the western part of Yu Qingqing's world was extremely terrifying. There were battles happening every day. The 6 streaks of blood sword qi in the sky were frantically searching for the enemy. They carried shocking killing intent, making countless people feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Finally, after 10 days, another great battle broke out. Everyone could only feel the sword qi flashing between heaven and earth. The sharp aura destroyed everything. Not long after, blood rain fell between heaven and earth. Miserable cries came from the sword god palace again. The second sword emperor of the 10 great swords had fallen. Everyone went crazy. The sword god of the sword god palace roared angrily. 2 streaks of blood swords shot towards the place where the sword emperor had fallen. Lin Xian raised his sword to block and fought against the 2 streaks of blood swords. These 2 streaks of blood swords were much stronger than the sword emperors of the 10 great swords. They had the power of an earth immortal. Lin Xian had to use all his strength to block them. At this moment, another 3 streaks of blood swords rushed out and hit him. Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. He was injured. The 3 streaks of blood swords quickly attacked and turned the place into nothingness. In the end, Lin Xian roared angrily. He attacked crazily and killed the 2 streaks of blood swords. Then he disappeared into the void. When the experts of the Sword God Palace arrived, Lin Xian had already disappeared. Damn it, this kid ran away. He was injured, that's for sure. The blood sword is the power of our sword god grand ancestor. How could he block it? But he destroyed another 2 streaks of sword energy. Now, there were only 4 streaks of blood swords left. How did he do it? How could he fight against an earth immortal? The peerless swordsman of the Sword God Palace found it unbelievable. The sword god roared again and again. Back then, a sword Dao clone of his failed to kill the other party. Now, in his territory, he had struck out 7 streaks of blood swords and still couldn't kill the other party. Just injuring the other party made him lose face. Now, some of the top sects had already begun to talk about how the Sword Emperor was old. He was no longer as strong as before. He couldn't even kill a small great emperor. Damn it! The sword god gritted his teeth in anger. He went crazy and searched for him. At this moment, a storm was brewing in the western world of Yu, Qingqing. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had already left this place. He shattered the void and arrived at another place. At this moment, he was in the northern world of the Sword God Palace. After Lin Xian came out, he looked into the distance with a pale face. He snorted coldly. The sword god? He was indeed strong. The other party's sword Dao was indeed terrifying. Among the earth immortals, his combat strength was one of the most terrifying. Chapter 60, 370. Lin Xian didn't go to the Sword God Palace because he still couldn't face the sword god. Moreover, he didn't know how many blood arrows the sword god had condensed. He could still block 2 of those blood swords, but if there were more, he would not be able to block them all. He had to find a way to recover from his injuries first. Then he would think of a long-term plan. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian withdrew the sword qi on his body. He knew that the blood swords had the ability to track him from thousands of miles away. They could lock onto the sword qi on his body and attack. Therefore, in order to prevent being discovered by the other blood swords, Lin Xian didn't use his sword qi for the time being. Anyway, he had a lot of trump cards. Without the sword technique, he was still incomparably powerful. The northern world of Yuqing City was a wonderful scene. Great snow swirled about here, freezing everything within 1,000 li. A wave of coldness swept over. Lin Xian used his Rinnegan and prepared to find a place with abundant spiritual veins to recover from his injuries. At the same time, he controlled the souls of several people and used them to investigate the situation at the Sword God Palace. Once there was news of the great dragon sword, he would immediately take action. In the vast snowy mountain, a woman in a fiery red dress walked in the snow. Wherever she passed, there was no trace of her footsteps. This woman was exceptionally beautiful. Her skin was fair, her face was beautiful, and she had a head of black hair. Her fiery red dress, in particular, added to her charm. Boom! At this time, the void in the distance shattered. A horse, surrounded by strong wind, stepped through the air. The horse was extremely extraordinary. It actually had the bloodline of a dragon. This was a dragon horse, a powerful exotic beast of heaven and earth. However, at this moment it had become a mount. The person riding it was an incomparably handsome man in white. Fairy Su, the snowy mountain, is extremely cold and uninhabited. How lonely are you? Why don't I send you there? The handsome man in white said with a smile. The woman in red frowned. She said, "It wasn't easy for me to come to this quiet place just to rest. Aren't you guys annoying? I'll count to 3. If you leave in front of me, we can still be friends. Otherwise, let's break up and never see each other again in this life." "Don't, Fairy Sue." The man in white panicked. The beautiful woman in red stretched out her jade-like hands. 1, 2. Okay, I'm leaving. The white-robed man gritted his teeth and urged the dragon horse to shatter heaven and earth, disappearing from sight. Seeing that the other party had left, the red-clothed woman, Suyu, heaved a sigh of relief. This group of men really had nothing better to do than to linger on like a lingering spirit. She was a fairy from the celestial Jade Pavilion. She was extremely beautiful and was pursued by countless geniuses. However, up until now, Suyu had not taken a fancy to any of them. These men were too annoying. Therefore, this time, she finally found the opportunity to come to the Great Snow Mountain. He wanted to relax. It was said that there was a strange hot spring on the Great Snow Mountain, and there was an extremely mysterious earth vein underneath. Cultivating there would bring endless benefits. This time, Suyu came because of the fame, but she met another hateful guy on the way. But fortunately, he was finally sent away. Taking out the map, Suyu looked at it and said, "The Hanshan Hot Springs should be in this direction." Thus, with a sway of his body, he sped up. 2 days later, she met another person. However, she did not pay attention to him. This person was very strange. However, after walking for a long time, Suyu frowned slightly because she found that this person was following her. Was it another pursuer? Damn it. And it was a very annoying pursuer. It had been a long time, and he was still following her. Behind, Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect that there would be someone else in the vast, Great Snow Mountain. These days, Lin Xian had been using his Rinnegan to search for places with the power of heaven and earth. After searching for a long time, he finally found a good place, a place with mysterious power. Lin Xian could actually go to the ancient land to cultivate. However, he was infinitely curious about this Yuqing city. Therefore, he was ready to continue to inquire. As he was walking, he saw a woman in red appear in front of him. The strength of this woman in red was also extraordinary. She had reached the late-stage Emperor realm. However, in this Yuqing city, there was more than one Earth immortal. Late-stage Emperor realm was not a big deal. Lin Xian did not pay attention to her at all. He continued to hurry. In the evening, the woman in red in front of him stopped. The other party shouted coldly, "Are you done? You have been following me for a day. Do you really think this fairy has a good temper? Do you believe it? I will make you regret it now." In the face of this sudden outburst, Lin Xian stopped. He frowned slightly and glanced at the other party. "Are you angry at me again? Otherwise—" Suyu shouted coldly. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. "Are you crazy? I don't know you." After that, Lin Xian left. This time, Suyu was stunned. What situation? She was actually scolded by others. Damn it, this kid dared to scold her. Unforgivable. However, on second thought, her previous pursuers had all tried to please her. This one might really not be a pursuer. It seems that I am thinking too much. However, on the morning and noon of the second day, she actually met Lin Xian 3 times. Suyu's face was completely gloomy. He said that he was not a pursuer, but he was playing hard to get. Finally, on the 3rd day, Suyu gritted her teeth again. The red dress on her body danced like an angry flame. She said, "I am really not going to be polite." In her hand, an umbrella appeared. It was extremely exquisite, but it contained extremely terrifying power. This was an imperial weapon. Lin Xian looked at the other party and said, "First, I don't know you, and I don't want to fight with you. Second, if you do, you will have to bear the consequences. Third, I feel that there is a powerful force ahead. I am going there to cultivate." After that, Lin Xian set off again. Suyu was stunned. There was a powerful force ahead. Could it be that the other party was also going for the hot spring of Mount Han? At first, she did not believe it. Later, she found that Lin Xian did not pay attention to her at all. Moreover, the other party really entered the hot spring of Mount Han. The hot spring of Mount Han was a natural scene formed by heaven and earth, and no one managed it. However, not just anyone was able to come here. The hot spring contained extremely terrifying power. Once the weak entered, they would probably be turned into ashes immediately. Even the strong could not cultivate in it for a long time, because under this hot spring there was a mysterious earth vein, although there was a powerful force after absorbing it. However, this force was not pure. After absorbing it, it must be refined before it could be used for oneself. Therefore, there were not many people here. However, every single one of them was extremely powerful. The arrival of Lin Xian and Su Yu also attracted the attention of others. However, those people took a look, then withdrew their gazes and continued to cultivate in the hot spring. After Lin Xian arrived, he jumped directly into the hot spring. A powerful force wrapped him up. Was this guy really here just for cultivation? Su Yu, who was next to him, believed it. At the same time, she felt a sense of loss. For a long time, she had countless pursuers, and she was very confident in her appearance. However, along the way, this guy did not look at her. Was the other party blind? Chapter 63:71. A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Lin Xian would never have guessed what Su Yu was thinking. However, Lin Xian did not pay any attention to him. He came here to recuperate from his injuries and cultivate for a while. It had to be said that this hot spring was extremely mysterious. Lin Xian's injuries recovered very quickly here. Then he absorbed the power of the hot spring. Soon he found that there were some impurities in the hot spring. If these impurities could not be expelled from the body, it would be very troublesome for the cultivation of a great emperor. This was because it would block the meridians of a great emperor, making the divine fire and immortal chi flow less smoothly. However, Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul, which was invincible. He directly used the power of the sword soul to cut off these impurities. Lin Xian sat there and absorbed the energy for 10 days straight. His immortal power was also slowly increasing. The others were astonished, especially Su Yu. Su Yu came with Lin Xian. They stayed for 3 days, which was the limit, and then came out. They had been resting here and did not dare to go down again. This was because the power in her body had not been completely refined. This guy had not come out for 10 days. Could he have died in there? Su Yu frowned. She waited for another 3 days. The power in her body had been refined, but Lin Xian still had not come out. She was a little worried. Could he really be dead? Forget it, I'll go and take a look. Fortunately, I'm kind. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, who would care about your life or death. Sure enough, the surrounding figures did not care about Lin Xian at all. Instead, they were all cultivating with all their might. Su Yu's figure flashed and came to the place where Lin Xian entered the hot spring. She also flew down. After going down, she probed with her soul and began to search. Soon she saw a figure. A figure was sitting cross-legged below. It was that kid who was still cultivating. Could his soul have been destroyed? Su Yu kindly went over. However, just as she grabbed Lin Xian's shoulder, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying immortal power rushed out of his body. Su Yu was pushed back by this power. Her face was pale. Lin Xian thought that the enemy had come and wanted to attack. However, when he saw that it was Su Yu, he was stunned. The next moment he retracted his power. With a flash of his body, he brought Su Yu out of the hot spring. The two of them arrived at the peak of the mountain. Su Yu's face was pale, and her blood was boiling. Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. He asked, "Are you okay?" Su Yu raised her head, wishing she could eat the other party. "What do you think? I saved you out of kindness, but you actually dared to attack me. Are you even human?" Lin Xian was stunned. "Save me? Why did you save me?" Su Yu said, "I'm a late-stage soul emperor. I couldn't last 3 days. You're just a mid-stage soul emperor. I thought you died in there." Lin Xian was speechless. It turned out that the other party had come to save him out of kindness. He said, "Sorry, I really didn't know. When I was cultivating, I thought it was an enemy. You can use it to heal your wounds." Lin Xian waved his hand and took out a spiritual medicine. Su Yu was surprised. "I've never seen this before. It's not from this world, is it? Kid, where did you get it? You're too generous." Su Yu took it and accepted it happily. Then I'll forgive you." Next, the two of them chatted briefly and became familiar with each other. Lin Xian knew that Su Yu was a fairy from the immortal Jade Pavilion. This time, she had come to avoid these suitors. His heart skipped a beat. He asked, "Fairy Su, do you know anything about the great dragon sword? I've heard countless rumors along the way." Su Yu said, "I've heard about it too. Moreover, I heard that the Western world has long been united. The Sword Emperor of the Sword God's palace has fallen. It's said that it was done by a very powerful young swordsman. I wonder how terrifying that person is. If there's a chance, I really have to meet him." When he heard this, Lin Xian had a strange expression because that person was him. However, he didn't say anything. "Su Yu said the great dragon sword?" There was a rumor before that the fragment of the great dragon sword was in Yuqing City. However, for thousands of years, countless people have searched, but there were no clues at all. Over time, everyone treated it as a legend and no one cared about it anymore. Unexpectedly, this legend appeared again recently. It should be related to the opening of Yuqing City. Perhaps people from the outside world came to search. However, I think the Sword God's palace is very nervous. Maybe they really know something. After hearing this, Su Yu nodded. It was possible. If there was anyone who was most likely to have clues about the great dragon sword, it would definitely be the Sword God's palace. The Sword God of the Sword God's palace was really too powerful. With a sword in hand, no one could defeat him. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he had to return to the Western world where the Sword God's palace was located. However, Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. This cold mountain hot spring was very interesting, so he planned to stay here for another 2 months. 3 months later, Lin Xian was ready to leave. Su Yu also said, "Wait, I have to go back too. Are you going to take back your sect?" Lin Xian asked. Su Yu shook her head. "Our Su family has raised a 10,000-year-old iron tree. I have to take care of it this time and then come back. By the way, do you want to go?" This 10,000-year-old iron tree only blooms once every 10,000 years. Every time it blooms, a powerful vitality will emerge. It is very beneficial to the cultivation of people in the Emperor realm like us. This time, it's almost 10,000 years. Maybe it will bloom when we go back. After hearing this, Lin Xian was also surprised. A 10,000-year-old iron tree? Well, I really want to see it. He had never seen this kind of tree that only blooms once every 10,000 years. The two returned to the Su family. When Lin Xian arrived at the Su family, he was a little surprised. He originally thought that Su Yu's family should be a top-notch family. However, he found that it was indeed so. However, the Su family was quiet at the moment, not even an animal. There were only some trees and flowers growing. Su Yu said with emotion, "Our Su family was once glorious, but now it has declined. Only I have entered the Emperor realm. Some of the others can't be found, but it doesn't matter. I can carry forward the Su family." As she spoke, she walked into the Su family's mansion. This mansion was very big. In the depths of the mansion, there was indeed this iron tree. This iron tree was 100 meters tall. Its branches and leaves were like divine iron, shining with a metallic luster. It was the first time Lin Xian had seen this kind of tree. He was extremely surprised. He even reached out and knocked on it. So strong. No one below the Emperor realm could break through the defense of this iron tree. That was because the branches of this sago tree could be used to make divine weapons. However, don't have any ideas about it. This iron tree itself is very powerful. Don't worry, I have weapons. Lin Xian smiled. He looked at the iron tree curiously. Then he was stunned. He actually felt a mysterious aura in the Su family. This aura was even more mysterious than the hot spring in the cold mountain. In the next moment, Lin Xian silently opened his rinnegan. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation emerged and enveloped the surroundings. However, at this moment, the iron tree shook. Lin Xian quickly withdrew the power of reincarnation. He was sure in his heart that this Su family was definitely extraordinary. At this moment, the dragon sword spirit also said, "Stay." Chapter 63:72. Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. The great dragon sword spirit actually asked him to stay. Why? Could it be that this place had something to do with the great dragon sword? He asked. The great dragon sword spirit said, "I feel a familiar aura." Lin Xian didn't believe that this place had any clues to the great dragon sword. However, as long as there was a chance, he wouldn't give up. In front of him, Suyu took out some hot spring water from the cold mountain hot spring from her storage ring and watered the 10,000-year-old iron tree. The branches of the 10,000-year-old iron tree swayed slightly, and a mysterious fog appeared around it. Suyu activated the array and enveloped the fog to prevent it from flowing away. Then she walked back and said, "Okay, it's about time. This power is enough for a short period of time." However, it didn't bloom this time. It seems that we can only come again next time. Let's go. Lin Xian didn't leave. Instead, he said, "I think this place is very good. It's very suitable for me to cultivate. I want to stay here for a while. Can you agree?" Lin Xian wasn't sure. If the other party refused, he could only come back secretly. Suyu was stunned. "You want to stay here?" Her expression was extremely strange. Lin Xian was also a little embarrassed. He wanted to say something. Suyu smiled. "You know what? Very few people are willing to stay here. Even I don't want to stay here. Basically, other than taking care of the 10,000-year-old iron tree, I leave immediately. I rarely even spend the night here. I didn't expect you to like it here. Don't you think it's too quiet here? It's so quiet that it's scary. Even I, a great emperor, feel uncomfortable here." Lin Xian was extremely surprised. "So you didn't stay here much. It was really strange," he said. "It's indeed a little quiet, but I'm used to it. If possible, I can stay here and help you take care of the 10,000-year-old iron tree." "All right then." Suyu nodded. During this period of time, although she hadn't been in contact with Lin Xian for long, she knew that Lin Xian wasn't a bad person. Moreover, there was nothing in the Su family that was worth thinking about. The Su family's things were all in Su Yu's storage ring. Other than that, there was only this 10,000-year-old iron tree. However, the 10,000-year iron tree's strength was originally very strong. If Lin Xian had any ideas about it, he would probably be at a disadvantage. "Then let me tell you a few array formations, and you can be here." "Oh, right. If the iron tree blossoms, remember to contact me. I've been waiting for a long time. I must see this strange sight." Suyu gave Lin Xian a sound transmission bell and left. After the other party completely left, Lin Xian took out an array formation and enveloped the surroundings. This was the array formation that Heavenly Cycle Master had given him. Lin Xian still had a few more. In addition, there were also some teleportation formations set up by the Crimson Dragon. In short, he didn't lack array formations. After setting up the array formation, Lin Xian began to observe his surroundings. He looked around the entire Su family residence, although there was no one here, and some places were even covered in dust. However, many places showed that the Su family was very powerful back then. Were there any land immortals? Lin Xian didn't know. However, Lin Xian felt the living aura of a super great emperor in several palaces. It was just that Suyu was the only one left in such a magnificent Su family. What exactly happened? And Suyu didn't want to stay in this old house. Also, the great dragon sword spirit had said that he should stay. What secrets did this Su family residence have? Previously, because of Suyu's presence, Lin Xian didn't dare to use his Rinnegan with all his strength. Now he didn't have such scruples. He used his Rinnegan to the extreme. Around him, the phantoms of 6 worlds appeared, as if they could cover everything. Lin Xian's gaze passed through these palaces and pavilions. However, he didn't find anything strange at all. However, when he looked at the iron tree, the 6 worlds shook violently. The metal light on the iron tree was like a metal barrier, blocking his probing. Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. He didn't force himself to look at this 10,000-year-old iron tree. Instead, he planned to stay here first and investigate carefully. In the next few days, Lin Xian cultivated here. Not far from the Su family residence, there was another mansion. Around this mansion, there was a 5-colored light. It was extremely terrifying. From afar, it looked like a sacred place. No one dared to come here. And inside the mansion, the 5-colored light was even more terrifying. It turned into a 5-colored divine mist. In this 5-colored divine mist, there were 2 figures. These were 2 women. One of them was a middle-aged woman wearing a 5-colored long dress. She sat on a bench made of 10,000-year-old ancient wood. In front of her, there was a spirit spring jumping. She was making tea, and the tea was the leaf of the Epiphany tree. This was an extremely rare divine tree. One of its leaves could allow people to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. The tea made from the Epiphany tree leaf could definitely make countless people go crazy. Even great emperors could improve their integration with the great Tao if they drank it often. In front of the middle-aged woman, there was a young girl. She was extremely beautiful and was also wearing a 5-color battlesuit. In her hand, there was a long sword that was emitting a cold light. At this moment, the young girl was practicing with the sword. The middle-aged woman said as she brewed the Epiphany tea, "Daughter, your 5-colored sword technique is not bad. Take a break and drink some Epiphany tea." "Yes, mother." The young girl in front of her stopped. She drank a cup of Epiphany tea and said, "Mother, a few days ago, the woman from the Su family came back. I heard that they have a 10,000-year-old iron tree. It's time for it to bloom. Once it blossoms, it will have powerful vitality. I want to go and see it." "No problem. I'll go and tell the little girl from the Su family. I think she won't refuse." The middle-aged woman's eyes were filled with confidence. Her identity was not ordinary. She was the Peacock Empress, extremely powerful. At this moment, she turned her head and looked into the distance. Her gaze seemed to pass through heaven and earth. She wanted to see if the iron tree had bloomed. Suddenly, she was stunned because she found that her gaze was blocked. The Su family's array had changed. It was different from her previous array. The Peacock Empress had been here for hundreds of years, so she knew what array the Su family had. The aura at this moment was definitely different. "Mother, what's wrong?" the young girl asked. The Peacock Empress said nothing. The girl from the Su family should have left. I just need to pay attention to her actions. When she comes back, I'll go and find her. The Peacock Empress withdrew her gaze. She didn't care. However, she didn't know that there was a young man in the Su family's mansion. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian had been observing with his Rinnegan these days. In the end, he found that there was nothing wrong with other places. Instead, this iron tree was a bit mysterious. Every time he used his Rinnegan, the metal on the iron tree would form a metal barrier to prevent him from probing. Finally, one day, Lin Xian was ready to explore this iron tree with all his strength. As for the iron tree, it seemed to have sensed danger and actually started to shake violently. Chapter 73. The 10,000-year-old iron tree shook violently as if it was resisting the Rinnegan. Lin Xian's expression was solemn as he used the Rinnegan to the extreme. The gaze of the 6 paths of reincarnation completely enveloped the 10,000-year-old iron tree. In the next moment, he tore open the metal barrier. "Great! I can finally investigate this 10,000-year-old iron tree." Lin Xian's mouth raised into a smile. However, when he entered the metal barrier, he was stunned, because he discovered that there was another world inside this 10,000-year-old iron tree. It was as if it was an independent space. In an instant, his soul rushed in. Roar! So magical. Lin Xian was surprised. Just as he was about to carefully examine the situation, a terrifying roar sounded from the distance. It was ancient and loud, with a monstrous, murderous aura and sharp hostility. That voice echoed in the entire space. Lin Xian's soul was violently impacted. It was as if it was about to split open. This was the roar of a monster beast. Could it be that there was a monster beast in this 10,000-year-old iron tree? Or was it the soul of this 10,000-year-old iron tree? Lin Xian didn't know. He withdrew his soul and quickly resisted. The 6 paths of reincarnation world seemed to have turned into 6 shields, firmly guarding Lin Xian's soul. That sound collided with the 6 paths of reincarnation world, creating a rumbling power. However, it did not throw away the 6 paths of reincarnation world. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. After blocking this attack, his soul looked forward. In the next moment, he was stunned, because he discovered that there was a monster beast in front of him. It was a black monster beast, emitting a black light all over its body. It was immortal qi revolving around it. 2 immortal qi intertwined with each other. It flickered with an incomparably mysterious aura. This was not the soul of the 10,000-year-old iron tree. What was this thing? Lin Xian was stunned. At this moment, the black monster beast in front roared and quickly rushed over. Like the ruler of darkness, he instantly charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's soul snorted coldly. The 6 paths of reincarnation formed the 6 swords and attacked. The powerful power of reincarnation was enough to destroy everything. The battle between the two shook the heavens and the earth, and it erupted with a boundless aura of destruction. In the end, the sword of the 6 Daos pierced through the black beast. The black demonic beast let out a blood-curdling screech as it slowly turned into a black mist and disappeared. Was this a soul? Lin Xian was stunned. That was because there was no blood. This was a soul state. No, it wasn't a normal soul. It was a vengeful spirit. After these souls were killed, they could not reincarnate and remained here. Lin Xian was shocked. He looked at it carefully and was even more shocked. This was because he discovered that these souls were not complete. They were all soul fragments. What was going on? Why was there such a mysterious space inside the 10,000-year iron tree? Lin Xian wasn't sure. However, he used the 6 paths of reincarnation to send the vengeful spirits he killed into the cycle of reincarnation. Next, he continued to fly forward because he felt that this place might be related to the great dragon sword. At this moment, Lin Xian's body was standing outside, but his soul had already entered the 10,000-year iron tree. Lin Xian felt that this space was incomparably vast. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that, as he flew in this space, he saw a heavenly tree in front of him. The branches of this heavenly tree were still blooming with a metallic light. It was abnormally mysterious. Could it be that this was the real 10,000-year iron tree? No, this should be the soul of the iron tree. However, the soul of this 10,000-year iron tree was so terrifying. It was much more terrifying than its original body. Buzz! In front of the 10,000-year iron tree soul, a figure flew out from the heavenly tree trunk. It was a figure in a red robe. He held a long spear in his hand and stood in the void, blocking Lin Xian's path. He had an extremely terrifying aura. Lin Xian stopped. With his previous experience, he was much more cautious. Using his soul to observe carefully, he discovered that this was also a remnant soul, and it was filled with resentment. The other party had an extremely strong, murderous aura. There must have been a great battle here. Otherwise, there would not be so many resentful souls of powerhouses. Lin Xian took the initiative to charge over. If he wanted to reach the 10,000-year iron tree soul, he had to kill the other party. He would send the other party into the cycle of reincarnation. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation flew forward. The red figure in front of him roared at the sky, his murderous aura soaring to the sky. Clearly, he did not want to enter the cycle of reincarnation. The long spear in his hand flew out. Like a whirlwind, it swept in all directions. The power of this spear was really too strong. It directly shattered heaven and earth, and even the 6 paths of reincarnation shook violently. However, after a great battle, he was still suppressed by the 6 paths of reincarnation in the end. His body shattered and turned into soul fragments, entering the human path of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Xian continued forward. This time, he was even closer to the iron tree's soul. At this moment, 2 more figures flew down from the branches of the huge divine tree. Both of their remnant souls were in tatters, and neither of them was complete. However, the aura on their bodies was even more terrifying. Lin Xian attacked again and fought with them. As they fought, there seemed to be blood dripping from these people's bodies. A drop of blood could crush the heavens. Lin Xian's soul shook violently. He had suffered an impact. Outside, Lin Xian's main body suddenly turned pale. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, not good. Lin Xian was shocked. He had actually suffered an impact. The strength of these 2 remnant souls was so terrifying. These 2 people must have been extremely terrifying existences when they were alive. The soul on the left was shattered, and the one on the right was actually dripping blood. It was the first drop of blood that injured Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The 6 paths of reincarnation quickly condensed, and he summoned the phantom of the reincarnation sword. Between heaven and earth, the phantom of a battle sword appeared from the reincarnation. It slashed forward. Fight! The 2 remnant souls let out crazy roars. They resisted with all their strength. However, their bodies were shattered by the phantom of the reincarnation sword and finally turned into ashes. The phantom of the reincarnation sword transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation again and absorbed their remnant souls. Lin Xian's soul heaved a sigh of relief and continued to move forward. This time, no one dared to stop him. He finally arrived under the huge divine tree. Looking at the divine tree that reached the sky, Lin Xian was incomparably surprised. In the next moment, his soul leaped high and arrived above the divine tree. He could feel a huge soul shaking. This was indeed the soul of the iron tree. However, why was the soul of a 10,000-year-old iron tree so tall and terrifying? It was far from its realm. Moreover, after he arrived, the other party's soul did not resist at all. Why was this? Humph, little ant, who allowed you to come up? Get down. At this moment, a cold shout sounded. A soul storm blew in the 4th week. Lin Xian felt an intense soul impact. He once again condensed 6 shields to defend his soul. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. There was actually someone else here besides him. Chapter 63-74. The sudden appearance of the icy voice shocked Lin Xian greatly. Was it the soul of the iron tree? He looked up. The next moment, he saw a figure appear on the huge tree trunk in front of him. It was the figure of a person sitting cross-legged. This figure was extremely strange. He was not complete. Half of his body was broken, and his heart was gone. In fact, even half of his head was missing. Blood surrounded his body as if there was an illusion of a god. Who was this person? It was so terrifying. It was definitely not the soul of the iron tree. Lin Xian was shocked. He was facing a great enemy. The broken figure in front of him spoke again. "Ant, get out of here." He had a monstrous blood aura that seemed to be able to swallow the 9 heavens. Any expert would be scared out of their wits if they were here. However, Lin Xian was an exception. Lin Xian had an unyielding heart, so the stronger the person, the more he dared to challenge. In the face of such a terrifying blood aura, not only did he not run away, but he took the initiative to rush over. The 6 paths of reincarnation turned into the sword of 6 paths and slashed forward, splitting the sea of blood in the sky. Lin Xian was surprised. It was not as strong as he had imagined. The next moment, he also came to the huge divine tree. He smiled. "I thought you were very powerful." I didn't expect that you were just good-looking but useless. Your strength is just S.O. Lin Xian sneered. Stupid thing, how dare you challenge me? The broken figure in front of him went deeper. Extremely cold, murderous intent appeared in his eyes. The surrounding sea of blood became even more terrifying. It seemed to have turned into a sea of blood demon beast and rushed over. Lin Xian didn't care. He sent the other party flying with a few strikes. He said, "Look at you, you're also a remnant soul. I'll send you into reincarnation." The 6 paths of reincarnation rushed over, trying to envelop him. The broken figure was surprised. "You have the power of reincarnation." He was very shocked. Lin Xian smiled. "What do you think? Are you afraid?" However, it was too late. Reincarnation opened, and the terrifying power of reincarnation enveloped the other party. The surrounding sea of blood was constantly swallowed. The figure sitting cross-legged also swayed slightly. He looked up to the sky and roared. Terrifying scales appeared on his body. At the same time, a purple dragon shadow appeared. The purple dragon shadow roared and blocked the 6 paths of reincarnation. "How can you provoke me, ancient god, evil dragon?" The broken figure looked up to the sky, roared. He blocked the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Xian was surprised. Ancient god. Was this guy also an earth god? Moreover, the other party was a demon dragon. He was really surprised. "I don't believe I can't devour you." Lin Xian snorted coldly and summoned the phantom of the Samsara sword. The 6 paths of reincarnation merged together and turned into a sharp sword shadow that slashed down from the sky. Ancient god Wicked Dragon's expression changed drastically. "You actually have the reincarnation sword." He of reincarnation was. "Who exactly are you?" With a furious roar, the demonic dragon illusory shadow soared into the sky. It turned into an ancient dragon and charged over. Boom! It was an earth-shattering collision, terrifying to the extreme. Everything here was swallowed up, and the reincarnation sword was blocked. Lin Xian's soul was impacted, and he retreated. In the next moment, Lin Xian's body trembled. His eyes shone with a cold light, and a dragon's shadow appeared on his body. How terrifying! It could block the shadow of the reincarnation sword. This 10,000-year-old iron tree was really too strange. He didn't expect that there would be such a mysterious space in its body. Not only did it have the remnant souls of many experts, but it also had an ancient god. Lin Xian wanted to go in and continue fighting, but he found that he couldn't enter this time. The metal barrier was strengthened. He snorted coldly, his face cold. He first repaired his soul and recovered his state. Then he prepared to break the metal barrier. However, at this moment, the 10,000-year-old ancient tree in front of him shook violently, and a roar seemed to come from inside. In the next moment, purple rays of light flew out in all directions from within. What was going on? Lin Xian was surprised. The purple light flew away. Even the array formation he had set up could not stop it. Lin Xian hurriedly used his Rinnegan to investigate. Then he was also very puzzled. The purple light wasn't a forest, but some power. It was like purple blood turned into a mist and drifted in the surroundings. Lin Xian tried to grab some, but he couldn't catch it at all. It was like a dream. It was the aura of the soul. It should be the ancient god evil dragons. Lin Xian didn't pay attention to it anymore. The purple mist left the Su mansion and drifted in all directions. Gradually, some strange scenes formed in the surroundings. Some warriors saw it and immediately exclaimed, "Heavens, what is this?" They tried to grab it, but they found that they couldn't catch it. However, that mysterious power made them go crazy. It was a phenomenon of heaven and earth. This was a phenomenon of heaven and earth. This place was extraordinary. There might be treasures here. Go find them quickly. The news spread out. In just one day, many warriors came here to search for treasures. They searched everywhere, searching for the purple mist. Fortunately, although the purple fog came from the Sioux residence, it was still very dangerous. However, after it came out, it drifted in all directions, away from the Sioux mansion. Therefore, no one explored the Sioux mansion for a while. The Peacock Fairy of the Peacock Manor was shocked. What a strange purple aura! She rushed out and also searched for the purple aura. However, she found nothing. After she returned, she said, "Mother, I'm afraid there's a treasure here." The purple aura was very mysterious. The Peacock Emperor stood up, a trace of surprise appearing on his noble face. "I've been here for 500 years. I have 500 years of experience, but I really haven't found any treasure here. However, it doesn't matter. I'll find out after searching." The tail behind the Peacock Emperor opened, and there seemed to be thousands of eyes on each feather. These eyes emitted a terrifying gaze, piercing through 9 heavens and 10 earth. No matter what secrets there were, they couldn't be hidden. The Peacock Fairy also smiled. This was the peacock plume, the peerless supernatural power of the Peacock clan. Sure enough, under the peacock plume, everything became clear. The Peacock Emperor carefully searched this space. However, one place was blocked, and that was the Sioux mansion. The array of the Sioux mansion shook violently, forming ripples that overlapped, blocking the Peacock Emperor's exploration. In the array, Lin Xian also frowned. Someone was investigating, and it was an extremely terrifying master. The secret of the 10,000-year-old iron tree couldn't be discovered by others. This place was very magical. If it had something to do with the great dragon sword, then it was even more impossible to let others know. Therefore, he snorted coldly and opened his rinnegan. In the sky, an extremely mysterious eye appeared. It was like the eye of the heavenly Tao, looking down on all directions. On the other side, the Peacock Emperor was also surprised. "Ha! A mysterious array. Watch me crack it." The peacock plume behind him became even more mysterious. The thousands of eyes on it seemed to be able to see through everything. However, at this moment, in the sky, the eye of the heavenly Tao suddenly appeared, and with a powerful soul power it pressed down. The two soul power confronted each other in the air. Chapter 63:75. Both of them had extremely powerful eye techniques. At this moment, their soul power swept out in all directions. Everyone in this space felt as if their souls were being torn apart. Those who were looking for treasures also stopped, their faces full of horror. God, there are unparalleled masters looking for treasures here. Where did they come from? They swallowed hard. At the same time, they were even more certain that such a powerful figure had appeared. There must be treasures here. Quickly send a message to the family and ask more people to come. After one blow, the void was destroyed silently. A huge black hole swallowed the sky. The Peacock Emperor was surprised. It was blocked. What a terrifying eye technique. She looked up at the eye of the heavenly Tao and frowned. I seem to feel the power of reincarnation. The legendary eye of reincarnation. The Sioux mansion had such power? He was definitely not from the Sioux mansion. Who was he? The Peacock Emperor didn't probe further. The other party could block her soul, which meant that he was definitely not weaker than her. Perhaps he was even more terrifying. Moreover, the Sioux mansion was indeed glorious back then. Perhaps there were unparalleled masters in the Sioux mansion who didn't die. She took back her peacock plume. She said to her daughter beside her, "Take the invitation and go to the Sioux mansion. As old neighbors, we haven't visited each other yet." It was indeed impolite. Peacock Fairy was also surprised. She knew how terrifying her mother's strength was. Now, there was someone who could compete with her. He must be an incredible master. She didn't know which great emperor he was. At this moment, hearing her mother's words, Peacock Fairy also said, "I'll go now." The Peacock Emperor shook her head slightly. "Go tomorrow morning. Burn incense and take a bath. You must be respectful, just like how you treat me. Understand?" Peacock Fairy nodded. The next day, she burned incense and took a bath. She left the courtyard with the invitation and walked toward the Sioux mansion. Junior, Peacock Yenran, greets the senior of the Sioux mansion. When she came to the door, Peacock Fairy didn't break in. Instead, she bowed respectfully. Her voice came into the Sioux mansion. In the Sioux mansion, Lin Xian frowned slightly. Peacock Yenran? He had already sensed two powerful auras not far from the Sioux mansion. They were both great emperors. Furthermore, one of them was already a super great emperor. The one who had investigated this place yesterday was one of those super great emperors. That was why he used the Eye of Heavenly Tao to intimidate them. Who would have thought that it would be an expert from the Peacock clan? Moreover, the other party had actually come to pay a visit. Lin Xian didn't want to bother, but after thinking about it, he still stood up. It was better to send the other party away. Otherwise, the Peacock Emperor's probing would give him a headache. This was because he needed to use all his strength to deal with ancient god Wicked Dragon. Indeed, he didn't have the energy to deal with other Emperor-level experts. With a sway of his body, Lin Xian arrived at the entrance in just a few steps. Opening the door, Lin Xian's figure appeared. Peacock Yenran had been waiting respectfully. She believed that the other party would definitely see her. Sure enough, the door in front of them opened. Peacock was overjoyed. "Greetings, Senior." Before she even saw him, she bowed deeply. "Senior?" Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. Although he was very strong and could already stand on equal footing with those old monsters, he was still very weak. After all, he was still a young man. It was indeed strange to be called a senior. Peacock Yenran was also stunned. "Senior, why didn't you respond?" She raised her head and glanced at him. Then she was dumbfounded. How was this a senior? In front of her was a young man about her age. He had delicate features and was handsome. However, when she sensed that the other party was only a mid-stage Emperor-level expert, Peacock Yenran's little face completely darkened. She was also a mid-stage Emperor-level expert. They were of the same level. She had made a fool of herself. "Who are you?" Peacock Yenran frowned. "Are you a descendant of the Sioux family?" Lin Xian shook his head no. "Then why are you in the Sioux family? Aren't you being too nosy?" "I naturally have my reasons for being here. The Sioux family has agreed." "Can't I? Why are you here?" Lin Xian asked back. Peacock Yenran was very angry, because no one in the younger generation had ever dared to challenge her like this, especially those men. After seeing her, they all tried to curry favor with her. Now, there was actually such an ignorant person. She wanted to lose her temper. However, when she thought of her mother's words, she snorted. "I'm here to pay a visit to the senior of the Sioux family." "There's no senior of the Sioux family. You can leave and don't come back in the future." After that, Lin Xian closed the door. With a bang, Peacock Yenran was furious. Peacock was infuriated. Damn it, this is too much. Had she been rejected? She was very depressed and returned to her own residence to complain to her mother. After hearing this, Peacock Emperor was also surprised. A young man? He should be the disciple or descendant of a peerless master. Forget it. I'll pay him a visit in person. This time, she brought Peacock Fairy to the Sioux family's mansion again. Lin Xian had no choice but to come out again. Peacock Emperor came in person. He said, "Two of you, please come in." Peacock Fairy glanced at Lin Xian proudly, as if to say, "Didn't we still enter?" Lin Xian ignored her. He took Peacock Emperor around the Sioux family's mansion. Then he said, "You're looking for my master, right? Master has already left and will be back in a few days." "Has he left?" Peacock Emperor was stunned. "Your master's pupil technique is very powerful. I originally wanted to spar with him and ask for advice. I didn't expect that I wouldn't be able to. Then I won't disturb you anymore." Peacock Emperor left with Peacock Fairy. She didn't suspect anything during the whole process. She didn't know that there was no master at all. The person who used the power of reincarnation yesterday was Lin Xian. He was finally gone. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief and activated the array again. Then he stared at the 10,000-year iron tree. This time he would continue to search. Not only did his soul have to go in, but his body also had to go in. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian used the 6 paths of reincarnation. An eye appeared in the eye of human Tao, forming mysterious runes that enveloped his body. Then, the eye floated to the 10,000-year iron tree. Buzz! The 10,000-year iron tree's metal walls began to defend. However, with his previous experience, Lin Xian was able to easily break through the metal barrier. Through this eye, he entered the 10,000-year iron tree. With a boom, he seemed to have arrived in the great, desolate era. The eye of human Tao shook. A moment later, the eye disappeared and Lin Xian's figure appeared. He was finally inside. Lin Xian looked around with deep emotions. Then he took a deep breath and dashed towards the towering tree in front of him. He was very fast, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of it. He saw ancient god Wicked Dragon sitting cross-legged. He wasn't dead, nor did he seem to be injured. He was indeed powerful. Ancient god Wicked Dragon sensed someone coming and suddenly opened his eyes. Half of his head had been shattered, leaving only one eye. A violet eye. He stared at Lin Xian and coldly shouted, "Damned ant, you still dare to come." Chapter 63:76. Damn brat, you actually dared to come again. Ancient god, Wicked Dragon angrily roared, his anger rising. Last time, the Samsara sword phantom had not destroyed him, but it had caused him pain. It had been many years since he had felt pain. Thus, when he saw Lin Xian again, he gnashed his teeth in anger. Lin Xian was not afraid. This time his main body had come, so he could use even more trump cards. He said, "Let me ask you, how long have you been here? What secret does this place hold? Tell me, brat, is this how you speak to an ancient god?" Ancient god, Wicked Dragon, coldly snorted. A violet dragon phantom appeared. This soul was definitely capable of crushing his opponent to the ground. But a dragon roar also came from Lin Xian's body. The two dragons clashed, causing the divine tree to fiercely sway. Ancient god Wicked Dragon cried out in shock. "The power of the Tao of the dragon! You're a member of the dragon race." He was truly too shocked. "Just who are you?" Lin Xian smiled. To be able to shock an ancient god was truly something to be proud of. He asked in return, "And who are you? Why are you here? Why are there so many remnant souls dying here? And just what secret does this place hold?" "Brat, you ask too many questions." Ancient god Wicked Dragon stared at Lin Xian and chuckled. What a satisfying body. The violet dragon charged out of his body at Lin Xian. Lin Xian coldly snorted, took out the immortal slaying sword and slashed. Clang! There was a metallic clang. Lin Xian retreated, once more summoning the phantom of the Samsara sword. Boom! With another heaven-shaking strike, the violet dragon phantom retreated back into ancient god Wicked Dragon's body. Ancient god Wicked Dragon clenched his teeth. "It hurt. Brat, you can't hurt me. My cultivation level is not something you can imagine. Although I'm heavily injured right now, I'm still far above you. Brat, you and I are connected by fate. How about you become my disciple? I can teach you, and in less than 10,000 years, you'll become a supreme emperor." Lin Xian didn't care about the other party at all. Since the other party didn't want to tell him, he would just let him search for it himself. With a sway of his body, he flew forward. "You're courting death. Stop!" Ancient god Wicked Dragon roared. The purple dragon shadow appeared once again, intercepting Lin Xian. When Lin Xian became one with his sword, he tore through everything. The purple dragon image was once again pushed back. Ancient god Wicked Dragon was stunned. What kind of power was this? He was too strong. However, in the next moment, an even more terrifying aura emerged from the depths of the sacred tree. Lin Xian stopped and frowned. His body trembled slightly. When ancient god Wicked Dragon saw Lin Xian's back tremble, he laughed complacently. How was it? Kid, are you scared? Do you know what kind of power that was? That was the strongest offensive power in the world. It was invincible. The aura of the great dragon sword. Lin Xian's voice was trembling. That's right. Ancient god Evil Dragon said you're right. It is indeed the aura of the great dragon sword. You're no match for it. And don't even think about the great dragon sword. If you obediently leave, you can still live. In his view, Lin Xian was trembling out of fear. But he had no idea that this wasn't fear but excitement. Lin Xian was so excited that he was about to cry. This place really did have something to do with the great dragon sword. Ha 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 ha, I finally found it. Lin Xian suddenly reared his head back and laughed, his voice shaking the heavens. Ancient god Wicked Dragon frowned. So you're after the great dragon sword. Stupid thing. Even I didn't get the great dragon sword back then, let alone you. You know nothing about the great dragon sword. He had just finished speaking when he realized that Lin Xian was continuing forward. Stupid thing, let's see how you'll die. Ancient god Wicked Dragon sneered. If Lin Xian died, he could take over his body. That invincible energy was getting more and more terrifying. The great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body began to circulate as it charged forward. Nothing happened. Lin Xian's body had vanished. How could this be? That brat hadn't been killed? This was impossible. Ancient god Wicked Dragon was dumbfounded. Not even he could block that energy, so how had Lin Xian been able to? Damn it, could it be broken? He transformed into a violet dragon and flew deeper into the abyss. But before long, the violet dragon was sent flying back. Ancient god Wicked Dragon screamed once more. Aya, it hurts like hell. That invincible energy is still there, and not even my soul can get in. How did that brat get in? He was dumbfounded. He had no idea that Lin Xian wasn't just an emperor. He was also the successor of the great dragon sword and possessed the great dragon sword soul. Thus, the great dragon sword's energy couldn't harm him. Lin Xian moved very quickly and entered the front. Could it be that he could so easily find a fragment of the great dragon sword? He really didn't need any effort to obtain it. However, he quickly stopped and furrowed his brows tightly, because he had discovered that a massive being was blocking his path. It was the body of a massive dragon, a violet dragon that towered like a mountain. This violet dragon's body had been pierced through. It was clear that it had been pierced through by a divine sword. There were many sword slashes on its body, and in some places the body had even been split open. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. Judging from this purple dragon's corpse, it should be the corpse of ancient god Phantom Dragon. Could it be that the ancient god Wicked Dragon from before was just a soul fragment? This was the true body of the other party. He had died here. Lin Xian used his rinnegan to carefully examine the corpse. He soon determined that these sword slashes were the energy of the great dragon sword, an invincible energy. His opponent had been killed by the great dragon sword. Had he been blocked again? This was the body of an ancient god, and its strength was terrifying. Even after death, its energy made it impossible for him to approach. Lin Xian wanted to use the great dragon's sword soul to see if he could cut it open. But the great dragon's sword soul said no. He couldn't lightly touch this corpse. That fellow's soul fragment was still there. Right now, he was unable to fuse with the power of the great dragon sword. Once you touch his corpse, what if he can fuse with it? That would be troublesome. Lin Xian couldn't compete with a land immortal yet, let alone an ancient god. Even if he was seriously injured, his methods were still terrifying. He had to think of another way. It would be best if he could get past the other party without touching the corpse. He had almost gotten it. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Should I call Lord Alcohol over? The great dragon said, no, that way the other land immortals will also notice. At that time they will all appear. Next, the immortals will fight, and we won't have the advantage. After all, this was Jade Clear City. That was true. Lin Xian thought for a moment, then took a deep breath. He could only think of another way. Let's not touch this place first. Lin Xian turned around and returned. Outside, ancient god Wicked Dragon was guessing, is he dead? There was no movement at all. He should be dead. He definitely couldn't reach that place. He knew that his corpse was inside. His corpse was so terrifying. Even if he had been dead for tens of millions of years, it was still not something a great emperor could resist. Just as he was thinking, he saw a figure flying over from afar. Chapter 6377. You're actually still alive. Ancient god Evil Dragon was truly too shocked. He thought that since there was no movement ahead, Lin Xian was dead for sure. He didn't expect that the other party would be completely unharmed. Damn brat, who the hell are you? How could you block the power of the great dragon sword? Lin Xian glanced at him, sneered, and then left. He was actually ignored. Ancient god Wicked Dragon flew into a rage. However, he couldn't move at all because his injuries were too severe. He could only watch with burning eyes. Brat, just you wait. When I recover one day, I'll be the first to kill you. Lin Xian once again ignored this threat. After he came out, he thought about how to deal with the ancient god's corpse. He still didn't know what was going on outside. At this moment, it was very lively outside. Because of the purple fog and the soul battle between Lin Xian and the Peacock Emperor, the treasure hunters went crazy. They thought that there was a heaven-shaking treasure here, so they called their friends over. For a while, more and more people came here. Moreover, for some reason, the purple fog outside was increasing, covering the sky and drifting in all directions. But the Sioux residents didn't have any at all. It was truly very strange. In the end, it wasn't just this area that was alarmed. Even other places in Jade Clear City were alarmed. Even the Sword God Palace sent people to patrol. On the other side, Suyu also received the news. A treasure of heaven and earth had appeared near her home. The mysterious purple fog. Could it be? Was the 10,000-year-old iron tree blooming? So, she returned to the Sioux residence. When she arrived, she was extremely surprised. There was indeed a mysterious fog around. However, her home didn't have it. She called out for Lin Xian. Lin Xian was surprised when he came out. Why are you back? Su Yu said, Is the 10,000-year-old iron tree blooming? Lin Xian shook his head. No, why are you asking? He felt a little guilty. She wasn't going to investigate the 10,000-year-old iron tree, right? She wasn't. Su Yu was somewhat disappointed. Then she asked in confusion, What's the situation with the purple fog outside? Lin Xian said that I'm not too sure. You're here because of this? Nonsense. Do you know what's going on outside? Jade Clear City was alarmed and countless people came to search for treasures. Speaking of which, an incredible treasure appeared. Lin Xian's expression was a little unsightly. If this continued, more and more experts would appear, and sooner or later, they would discover the secret of the 10,000-year-old iron tree. It seemed that he had to find a way to solve this problem. He said, Let's go and take a look. Really? I'm very interested. Su Yu also laughed and said, Do you think I don't know? What kind of treasure do we have here? The two of them set off in search of the purple fog. Sure enough, there were quite a few people in the vicinity of the purple mist. They were trying all sorts of methods to break through the purple mist. Someone said, It contains mysterious soul information, but we can't decipher it. Once it's cracked, we'll be able to obtain heavenly treasures. Lin Xian prepared to destroy the purple mist. He secretly used the power of the great dragon sword soul to eliminate some of the purple fog. On the other side, Suyu also tried to grab the purple mist, but the result was nothing. Boy, stop. There was purple mist near you just now. Why is it gone now? Finally, someone realized that something was wrong and shouted at Lin Xian coldly. However, Lin Xian didn't care at all and turned around to leave. Stay here. Between heaven and earth. A sword light directly slashed down. The others exclaimed, "Is there a battle?" The person who attacked said, "We are from the Sword God Palace. This time, with the arrival of the 10 great sword emperors, who dares to behave atrociously. Get out of here." The others were frightened and retreated one after another. When they looked at Lin Xian, they exclaimed, "This boy is unlucky." Yes, it was said that the Sword God Palace was very crazy recently. Those who dared to offend the Sword God Palace would definitely die. Lin Xian also frowned. "I didn't expect that even the people of the Sword God Palace would come." Su Yu hurried over and said, "It turns out that you are from the Sword God Palace. This is a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" The peerless swordsman of the Sword God Palace laughed and said, "Is it a misunderstanding?" Soon it became clear. "Boy, tell me, did you absorb the purple mist just now? Why can't we absorb it?" As soon as he said this, many people looked at Lin Xian. Even Su Yu was surprised. How could such a thing happen? Lin Xian sighed. He couldn't avoid it. In this case, he would just kill the opponent. He turned his head and directly used the Rinnegan to destroy the opponent's soul. Bang! The peerless swordsman who spoke fell to the ground and died. What's going on? The surrounding people were shocked. The genius of the Sword God Palace is dead. Who killed him? Su Yu was even more shocked. She just felt a trace of soul fluctuation. She looked at Lin Xian. "Did you kill him?" Lin Xian said, "Let's go." "Where are you going?" At this time, many swordsmen appeared in the surroundings. They were flying on swords, and the sword intent on them was extremely cold. "How dare you kill my junior brother? Do you want to die? How dare you be invincible in the Sword God Palace? No one in the world can save you." Su Yu was dumbfounded. She didn't understand why Lin Xian killed the people of the Sword God Palace. Lin Xian said, "I did it. It has nothing to do with her. What's the matter? Come at me." "Good boy, you dare to admit it." Those peerless swordsmen all stared at Lin Xian. "I think you are tired of living. You are the ones who are impatient. Get out of here." Lin Xian's body suddenly burst out with an extremely terrifying light. It was like a golden flame, forming a golden armor that covered his body. It covered his real face. Then he used the Rinnegan again. At a glance, it turned into a big soul hand that covered the sky and the earth. The swordsmen of the Sword God Palace were struck by lightning. They all vomited blood and their faces turned pale. "Damn it, he has such a strong soul power." "Don't worry, we have more people," a man with a blue long sword said. As soon as he finished speaking, the big soul hand directly slapped him. He screamed and his soul was destroyed. The others were dumbfounded. One of their companions was dead again. "Damn it, the opponent is too strong. Ask for help." They shouted, "Come here." In the distance, 2 old men stood on 2 flying swords. They quickly rushed over. "Go to hell." The flying swords under their feet burst out a shocking sword light and directly slashed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand and directly shattered the 2 sword lights. Then he looked over again. The fire of reincarnation. The void was distorted. 2 balls of soul flames flew out from his eyes. The world was pierced in an instant. The 2 flying swords kept shaking and cracks appeared on them. The 2 old men on the flying swords directly fell from the sky. They held their heads and screamed. They were bleeding from their 7 orifices. Everyone was shocked. This young man was too terrifying. The strength of his soul was beyond imagination. At the same time, they were even more shocked. Who is he? He dared to kill the experts of the Sword God Palace one after another. Is he tired of living? Boy, you can't escape. Today, you will definitely die. In the distance, there was another angry roar. Then a pagoda fell from the sky and directly enveloped Lin Xian. Chapter 60, 5378. Great, he's been suppressed. Ha 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 ha. This is what you get for being our enemy. In the distance, another figure came over laughing. He attacked with the pagoda and suppressed Lin Xian. The other snorted, "Release your sword energy and turn this kid into ashes." They attacked with all their strength. There were 6 people in total, and their sword energy was extremely terrifying. They all flew into the pagoda. There was a rumbling sound inside the pagoda. The others shook their heads and sighed, "This kid is dead. No matter how strong he is, he can't block the sword energy of the Sword God Palace." Su Yu's face also changed because one of the 6 people was a great emperor. The man who attacked with the pagoda was an emperor-level swordsman. His sword technique was absolutely unparalleled and could pose a threat to them. Su Yu shouted, "Stop!" However, it was useless. The great emperor of the Sword God Palace said coldly, "Kill him and then deal with you." This great emperor was called the Sword Mountain Great Emperor, but he wasn't one of the 10 famous swordsmen. However, his strength was also extremely terrifying. Few people in the same level were his match. The sword of the Sword Mountain Great Emperor was 10 times heavier. His swordsmanship could easily split a world apart. At this moment, no one could stop him. After a while, they stopped. The Sword Mountain Great Emperor smiled and took back the pagoda. However, the moment the pagoda left, they were dumbfounded. Inside the pagoda, there was a figure clad in golden armor. He stood there unscathed. There wasn't even a sword mark on his body. Impossible. My eyes are playing tricks on me. How can he still be alive? The people of the Sword God Palace were stunned. The Sword Mountain Great Emperor's face darkened. "Are you a human or a ghost?" Lin Xian snorted and activated his soul fire again. Suddenly, the 5 people of the Sword God Palace screamed. They were turned into ashes. In the next moment, Lin Xian looked at the Sword Mountain Great Emperor. The Sword Mountain Great Emperor felt his soul tighten. The next moment, he spat out blood as if he was struck by lightning. Damn it, it was a soul attack. The opponent was a soul master. However, such people usually had weak physiques. How could the opponent block his sword? He couldn't figure it out. He wanted to fight back. His sword was like an ancient mountain that slashed down from the sky. The surrounding void continued to shatter. The people in the distance could not withstand this power and could only quickly flee. However, Lin Xian stretched out his hand and easily caught the sword. In the next moment, he waved his hand and the sword qi was destroyed. Then, Lin Xian used the heavenly Tao of the 6 paths of reincarnation to form the hand of heavenly Tao. He slammed his palm toward the Sword Mountain Great Emperor's head. The Sword Mountain Great Emperor's head was shattered, and his soul was severely injured. He screamed. At the critical moment, the Sword Mountain Great Emperor went all out. Abandoning his body, his remnant soul took his extreme weapon and fled without a trace. All of this happened very quickly. By the time everyone regained their senses, it was already over. What happened to them in the past year? The people of the Sword God Palace were annihilated. Even a Sword Tao Great Emperor was severely injured. From the beginning to the end, this young man had only glanced at him a few times. That gaze was too terrifying. They had heard of killing with a gaze before. They did not expect to see it with their own eyes. Moreover, he killed a great emperor. He couldn't be an old monster that hadn't appeared in the world, could he? Let's stay away from him. These people fled frantically. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and said, "Let's go." Su Yu regained her senses and hurriedly followed. She said, "You are so powerful." To be honest, she did not know Lin Xian's strength. However, she knew Lin Xian's realm. In her opinion, Lin Xian's strength should not be as high as hers. Offending the Sword God Palace was simply courting death. However, Lin Xian's next move was too shocking. If he won an earth-shattering battle, perhaps she would not be so shocked. However, Lin Xian only needed to take a few glances at his opponent before winning. His soul was too terrifying. Lin Xian said you should go. The Sword God Palace will not let this go. What about you? Su Yu asked. Why don't you come back to Immortal Jade Pavilion with me? We may be able to protect you. Lin Xian shook his head. I am not your disciple. Immortal Jade Pavilion will not start a war with the Sword God Palace for me. Don't worry, I will leave too. They can't find me. Well, let's meet again. Su Yu said, don't stay here. With that, she turned and left. After she left, Lin Xian's figure flashed and returned to the Su family's mansion. He would not leave so easily. After returning, he set up even more formations that enveloped the entire mansion. This matter spread out. For a moment, the surrounding people were shocked. They knew that a ruthless person had come here. He even dared to kill the people of the Sword God Palace. They discussed animatedly, don't provoke him anymore. This is a terrifying young man. His pupil technique is very powerful. When the news spread to the Peacock Manor, Peacock Fairy was also surprised. Mother, is that master back? The Peacock Emperor frowned. It shouldn't be. It is rumored that it is a young man. Perhaps he is his disciple. He is the young man we met before. He should still be in the Su family's mansion. However, he is in big trouble. Even I don't dare to offend the Sword God Palace. Tell him that if he is willing to come here, I can help him mediate. Yes. Peacock Fairy went to the Su family's mansion. When she saw Lin Xian, she said, do you know? You are in trouble. How terrifying the Sword God Palace is. It is definitely beyond your imagination. My mother is very merciful. She is willing to help you once. As long as you lower your head and admit your mistake, you should be able to save your life. However, you may have to suffer a little. After hearing this, Lin Xian directly shook his head. I don't need anyone's help or protection. You are really a person who cares about face. Do you know how terrifying the Sword God Palace is? They have a peerless Sword God and 10 Sword Emperors. The disciples of the Sword God Palace are all outstanding in the same level. If you don't lower your head, you will definitely die. After hearing this, Lin Xian laughed. In this world, no one can make me lower my head. Arrogant, arrogant. You are courting death. I don't care about you. Peacock Fairy gritted her teeth and turned to leave. She was really mad. In her opinion, letting him suffer a little and admit his mistake was already a great mercy. However, he was still so arrogant. She would let him fend for himself. After returning, she told this matter to her mother. After hearing this, the Peacock Emperor also sighed. Forget it. I gave him a chance, but he didn't cherish it. Then I don't need to care about him. The Peacock Emperor no longer cared about Lin Xian's matter. On the other side, the people of the Sword God Palace were also angry after hearing this. This time, the Sword God Palace had sent a lot of masters. One of them was one of the 10 Sword Emperors. This person's name was Tian Hun, Sword Emperor. He had the Tian Hun sword of the 10 famous swords. Chapter 63:79. Heavenly Soul Sword Emperor was enraged when he heard the news. Someone dared to kill people from the Sword God Palace. What was going on? After Sword Mountain Emperor came back, he complained tearfully. He told the story with exaggeration. In the end, he said, that guy's soul power is very powerful. Senior brother, you have to help us. Heavenly Soul, Sword Emperor snorted. Powerful soul? Who dares to say that in front of me? He was not only a peerless swordsman, but also a soul master. Moreover, he had perfectly combined his soul and sword Tao. He walked the Tao of soul sword. Go and find that guy. Once you find him, send me a message. I'll do it myself. Kill him. Heavenly Soul, Sword Emperor, sent people to find Lin Xian. He didn't go personally because he had more important things to do. He was waiting for someone. This time he had also searched for the purple mist before coming here. However, he found it very mysterious. Therefore, he invited a capable helper. On this day, an old man came riding on a huge snake. This huge snake was extremely fast. Its body was over 1,000 meters long as it coiled and coiled around. The elder sat cross-legged on the snake's head with his eyes closed as if he was sleeping. What a terrifying snake! Everywhere it passed, the martial artists retreated. The people from the Sword God Palace were also on high alert. They could sense a terrifying aura from the giant snake. However, Heavenly Soul Sword Emperor said, "Don't be rude. This is an expert I invited. Master Spirit Yen, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Heavenly Soul Sword Emperor smiled. The snake stopped, and the old man on the snake's head opened his eyes. "Have you prepared the thing I want?" Heavenly Soul Sword Emperor said, "It's ready." He handed over a storage ring. After Grandmaster Yen obtained the Tao, he took a look. Then he smiled very good. "In this case, I can help you." After he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve, and the huge snake beneath him actually disappeared in an instant. Everyone was surprised. What a mysterious technique. Master Spirit Yen landed on the ground lightly. "Master, please." Heavenly Soul Sword Emperor was very polite. The people behind were discussing, who is this person? He has such a powerful background. Don't you know him? Flame Spirit Grandmaster, the legendary Geomaster. Furthermore, this was an Emperor-level Geomaster. Its might was extremely horrifying. No one could compare to the other party's attainments in formations. Furthermore, the Geomasters had special means. They were able to detect the spirit veins under the ground and clearly capture the location of the treasures. This time, the Tian Hun Sword Emperor had invited this powerful, earthly master to search for the treasure. Yen Ling formed a seal with his palms, and a mysterious light burst out from his aged eyes. The spirit of the heavens and the spirit of the earth. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the 9 underworlds. In the next moment, his body shook, and then his feet left the ground and floated forward. What was going on? Why did it feel like the Geomaster's soul was gone? Someone exclaimed. The Heavenly Soul Sword Emperor snorted. "Shut up." He hurriedly followed after her. The others followed suit. The path that Grandmaster Spirit Yen walked was extremely winding. Everyone was very patient. Finally, they stopped. Grandmaster Spirit Yen once again landed on the ground. He said, "It's up ahead." Sword Emperor Tianhun and the others looked ahead. In front of them was a huge mansion with a grand aura. Su Mansion. Seeing the words engraved on the huge plaque, everyone was shocked. It seemed to be an incredible family. Someone else said, "Look at the vines and moss around." Obviously, no one cleaned it up. This place was abandoned. What are we waiting for? Let's go in. A genius from the Sword God Palace rushed over. With a loud boom, he was sent flying back and vomited blood. One of his arms was broken. It was extremely miserable. There was an array. The others were on high alert. Break the array. The experts from the Sword God Palace walked over and started to break the array. A loud boom sounded. The others were discussing. The people from the Sword God Palace were attacking the Su Mansion. Could it be that they had discovered something? Or did they have a grudge against the Su Mansion? Let's go over and take a look. Maybe there are treasures in the Su Mansion. These people quickly approached. However, the Heavenly Soul Sword Emperor snorted coldly. A few soul swords flew out from his body and flew in all directions. Those who were close to him were all sent flying. The Heavenly Soul Sword Emperor said coldly, "The Sword God Palace is here. How dare you come here and behave atrociously? Get out of here. Wherever I look, no one is allowed to enter." Everyone's scalp went numb. He was too powerful. Someone was not convinced. It was an emperor-level elder. He said coldly, how arrogant. This is not the Sword God Palace. However, the Heavenly Soul Sword Emperor looked over, and 2 soul swords pierced through the elder. The Emperor's blood dyed the sky red. The elder was scared out of his wits. He turned around and fled. The world was silent. Everyone was afraid and didn't dare to move forward. They could only watch from afar. Not far away in the Peacock Manor, the Peacock Empress also saw this scene. She was slightly surprised. The Sword God Palace had found them so quickly. This was beyond her expectation. The Peacock Fairy also said, "Humph. That guy is unlucky. But he deserves it." He didn't bow down. Thinking of how arrogant Lin Xian was, the Peacock Fairy gritted her teeth. Inside the mansion, Lin Xian frowned slightly. He could feel that those people outside were breaking the array. He looked back and saw the people outside were from the Sword God Palace. Among them, there were two figures that surprised him. The reason for that was because the two of them possessed enormous amounts of power. They were great emperors, super strong ones among the great emperors. One of them had monstrous sword energy. It was a soul sword. His aura wasn't any weaker than the purple fire sword emperor. He should be one of the 10 sword emperors. The other was an old man. He had a mysterious power. It was similar to the power of the Crimson Dragon. A super array master? Interesting. No wonder he could find this place so quickly. Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand and the array outside changed. The Sword God Palace experts who were breaking the array were originally happy. They were unstoppable, but now they were dumbfounded. They were trapped by the array. Damn it. They couldn't break it. Sword Emperor, save us. They asked for help. Heavenly Soul, Sword Emperor, slashed open the void and rescued these people. Then he said, "There are people inside." Could it be that the treasure was taken away? This array formation was clearly being controlled by someone. Master Spirit Yen said, "Don't worry. Let me do it." He waved his hand and grabbed the spirit vein under the ground. Instantly, the array shook violently. It was full of cracks. What a terrifying method. The Sword God Palace experts all gasped. He broke the array instantly. This was more powerful than them working together. A mere array was nothing to be afraid of. Spirit Yen waved his sleeve and the array turned into ashes. Then he said, "Let's go." He led the way. Chapter 60, 380. Yen Ling was very terrifying. He broke the array with a lift of his hand. Then he led the group inside. The people from Sword God Palace were very excited. They were finally inside. They wondered what treasures were inside. However, it had caused so many heaven and earth anomalies. It must be an incredible treasure. Soon, everyone stopped because there was a young figure standing in front of them. He was wearing golden armor and looked mighty like a god of war. There was indeed someone. The people from Sword God Palace looked like they were facing a great enemy. Was the treasure taken away by him? At this moment, Sword Mountain Great Emperor exclaimed, "It's you!" He rushed to the front and pointed. "Senior brother, it's this guy. He was the one who injured me with his soul and killed the disciples of the Sword God's palace." "What? It's him." Heavenly Soul, Sword Emperor frowned. It turned out that this golden armor was the Soul Spirit expert. "I wanted to look for you, but I didn't expect you to be here. All right, let's settle these matters together. First, you killed the people from Sword God Palace. I won't let you off. Second, hand over the treasure on you. How about this? Kneel down and hand over the treasure. I'll give you a quick death." Heavenly Soul, Sword Emperor, said coldly. Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. You're courting death. Kid, my senior brother, is one of the 10 famous swords. He is far stronger than me. You can't challenge him. You don't understand what the 10 famous swords represent. Senior brother can kill you in one strike. Heavenly Soul, Sword Emperor laughed. It has been tens of thousands of years. No one dares to look down on me. You're the first. How do I torture you to death? He walked out and snapped his fingers. Instantly, soul spirit energy gathered on his fingertips. There was also sword chi spreading. A streak of soul spirit, sword chi, appeared in the void. Once it appeared, everyone felt an extremely strong soul spirit suppression. Even the people outside the residence were terrified. One of the 10 famous swords had made his move. The battle would probably end instantly. Even the Peacock Emperor was alarmed. Such terrifying soul spirit energy. Could it be Heavenly Soul, Sword Emperor from Sword God Palace? He actually came to. She shook her head slightly. She knew Lin Xian was dead meat. Lin Xian didn't feel the slightest bit of fear in the face of such terrifying soul pressure. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and another array formation appeared around him, enveloping the entire mansion. The people of the Sword God Palace looked nervous, but Yan Ling said, "Don't be nervous. It's just an illusory matrix that covers all signs." This kid didn't want people outside to investigate. How foolish. Even when death was at hand, he still didn't have such thoughts. Does he really think he can fight fellow Cultivator Heavenly Soul? Grandmaster Spirit Yan also shook his head. At this moment, Heavenly Soul Sword Emperor made his move. With a flick of his finger, the Soul Spirit Sword Chi flew forward. Wherever it passed, the void wouldn't open. There was an extremely powerful aura on it, the killing intent astonishing. That brat is dead for sure. Everyone sneered. A glint appeared in Lin Xian's eyes as he too unleashed a sword of soul. The two swords collided in the air, creating a deafening sound. A soul storm swept through the area. How terrifying! Retreat quickly. Those from the Sword God Palace retreated frantically. After the attack, the two sword chis dissipated in the sky. It was blocked. He actually managed to block it. Heavenly Soul, Sword Emperor's spiritual sword, was so terrifying that even super great emperors couldn't block it. However, this golden armor actually managed to block it. Who exactly is he? Was the other party's soul also terrifying to such an extent? Heavenly Soul, Sword Emperor frowned. He was indeed a soul spirit expert. But so what? Just now it was just a casual attack. Now he was serious. He wanted to make his opponent suffer a fate worse than death. He bent his finger slightly, then flicked it forward. Spiritual sword wave. This time it wasn't sword chi. Instead, it was an ocean-like sword wave. It created ripples that spread out in all directions. You think you can hurt me with such a divine ability? Lin Xian sneered. You know nothing about my power. Rinnegan was completely released, and an Eye of Heaven Dao appeared in the sky. Then it turned into the hand of Heaven Dao and slammed down. Boom! The void shattered and heaven and earth shook. At this moment, everyone felt a sense of suffocation. They felt like they couldn't breathe. That slap seemed to be able to destroy all souls. Luckily, they were far away. Heavenly Soul, Sword Emperor, was the first to bear the brunt. His spiritual sword wave was enveloped by the slap. Then it turned into countless pieces. Bang! Heavenly Soul, Sword Emperor, took a few steps back. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale in an instant. Sword Essence. Senior Brother. The experts from the Sword God Palace and the Sword Mountain Great Emperor exclaimed. What did they see? Heavenly Soul, Sword Emperor, was injured. And he was injured in a battle of souls. It was unbelievable. Could it be that the golden figure's soul spirit had surpassed Heavenly Soul, Sword Emperor's? They didn't dare to believe it. Lin Xian sneered. You dare to threaten me with such strength? You are ridiculous. You. Heavenly Soul, Sword Emperor, was trembling with anger. He took a few deep breaths and suppressed the anger in his heart. He knew that he was careless. In the next moment, he calmed down and pulled out Heavenly Soul sword from his back. I admit that I underestimated you previously, but you have completely angered me. I will attack with all my strength now. You are no match for me. I will let you know the true power of Heavenly Soul Sword. In the next instant, there was a burst of radiance in her eyes as killing intent spread out from her body. Her soul spirit aura was tumbling as terrifying power emanated from her body. It enveloped the entire heaven and earth. In an instant, heaven fell and earth cracked. The entire residence shook violently. The spectators outside couldn't see what was going on, but they could feel the terrifying aura. What was happening inside? The battle was still ongoing. Heavenly Soul, Sword Emperor, had made a move. Was the enemy still not settled? On the other side, Peacock Fairy frowned. Impossible. Was that kid so powerful? Peacock Emperor said, that young man couldn't be alive. He was already dead. Perhaps there were other things in Sioux residence. Forget it. Sword God Palace is huge. We better not offend them. We don't have to bother about you. Just cultivate in peace. Peacock Emperor retracted her gaze. She didn't force herself to look. However, in her opinion, Lin Xian couldn't possibly be alive. However, the truth was out of her expectation. Lin Xian wasn't only alive, but he was living well. He wasn't injured at all. On the other hand, Heavenly Soul, Sword Emperor, had blood at the corner of his mouth. Heavenly Soul, Sword Emperor, took out Heavenly Soul Sword. His body swayed as he slashed forward. Heavenly Soul Sword was a translucent long sword with souls intertwined on it. When he slashed out, the powerful aura was enough to split the heaven and earth. In an instant, the Soul Spirit long sword arrived in front of Lin Xian and slashed down. Chapter 60, 381. This sword was so terrifying that it made people tremble. However, Lin Xian's expression remained calm. He raised his head slightly, and his eye of reincarnation burst out with cold light. Reincarnation and human path. An extremely terrifying reincarnation power appeared on his body. Clang! This sword slashed down and collided with reincarnation and human path. Immediately, astral winds blew and the surrounding void shattered. However, Lin Xian was unharmed. Reincarnation and human path sent the soul sword flying. Too weak, Lin Xian said coldly. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who was this? He was too powerful. He actually took the soul sword head-on and was unharmed. Heavenly Soul Sword Emperor's face was extremely ugly. Go to hell. Another sword slashed out. Soul Sacred Mountain. This time, he used an exceptional sword technique. Soul Sword Chi quickly intertwined and condensed into a giant mountain. The terrifying Soul Sacred Mountain pressed down. Its power was several times stronger than before. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian took a step forward. The power in his body also erupted like a mountain. Reincarnation, Earth Path. He roared and the earth split open. Sword after sword of the Void Sect pierced into the sky. They collided with the Soul Sacred Mountain. At this moment, the two burst out with radiant light. The entire Sioux residence was lit up as though it had turned into a sun. The people of Sword God Palace couldn't withstand the soul aura at all. They were forced to retreat and vomit blood. Some people's souls were about to be extinguished. At the crucial moment, Master Spirit Yan made a move. He waved his hand and formed an array to block all the storms. This saved the people of Sword God Palace. The Sword Mountain Great Emperor and the others quickly expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Earth Master. Master Spirit Yan waved his hand and didn't say anything. However, his eyes were shining brightly. He stared at the battle in front of him. To be honest, Lin Xian's strength was also beyond his expectations. Hence, this battle was a rare battle of the soul. Next, the two fought fiercely. All kinds of soul attacks were endless. However, Lin Xian used heaven, earth, and human Tao to block all the attacks of Heavenly Soul Sword Emperor. Heavenly Soul Sword Emperor was stunned. His expression was extremely ugly. He was really serious. Go all out. However, he couldn't do anything to the figure in front of him. In fact, after a series of battles, he was even slightly suppressed. Who was the other party? He had never heard of it. Was there someone whose soul was stronger than his? Even the other sword emperors of the 10 famed swords didn't have this ability. What other tricks do you have? If not, I'll send you on your way. Lin Xian said indifferently. Brat, don't be so arrogant. I'll let you take my strongest attack. After Heavenly Soul Sword Emperor finished speaking, He stood there motionlessly. However, a translucent figure appeared on his body. This was his soul. His soul left his body and directly fused with the Heaven Soul sword. He seemed to have turned into a sword spirit and controlled this famous sword. In the next moment, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. An extremely vast soul force flew out from this sword. Soul-sword unity, annihilation limitless. A cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. At this moment, the heavenly soul sword emperor seemed to have become the only one in the world. The sword mountain great emperor also exclaimed, "He even used this move?" The enemy was really too strong. However, he also smiled. This move could be said to be the heavenly soul sword emperor's strongest move. No one below earth immortal could resist it. Even the other 10 famed swords. No one dared to go head-on against it. After the soul sword unity, the heavenly soul sword turned into a stream of light and instantly attacked Lin Xian. In an instant, it arrived in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't dodge. His Rinnegan also erupted. Does this brat still want to fight head-on? It was useless. This sword was more than 10 times stronger than the previous one. He definitely couldn't block it. Ignorant thing, go to hell. On the heavenly soul sword, the sword emperor's soul also let out a cold roar. At this moment, Lin Xian smiled. I'll also let you see my soul unique skill. Summon, reincarnation sword. Boom. 6 mysterious runes condensed and formed in the reincarnation eye. In the next moment, heaven and earth shattered. The clouds seemed to be torn apart. An illusory sword shadow appeared. This sword carried the extremely strong power of the 6 paths. His appearance caused everyone's soul to stop. It was as if they would be extinguished at any time. Even Master Spirit Yan's pupils shrank. He was facing a formidable enemy. At this moment, he actually had a fatal feeling. What is this? Why is it so terrifying? The heavenly soul, Sword Emperor, was also stunned. His soul, Sword Unity, soul, suddenly looked up at the sky. When he saw Jianing descending, he let out a miserable cry. What is this power? Before the sword arrived, just the aura alone was enough to tear his soul apart. He couldn't block this sword at all. Run. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to run away quickly. His speed was extremely fast. He broke through the void as if he was going to enter an extra-dimensional space. However, it was useless. The reincarnation sword, with the power of the 6 paths, directly sealed the heaven and earth. This sword slashed down mercilessly. Damn it, block it. The heavenly soul Sword Emperor's soul burned and completely merged with the heavenly soul sword to block it. Clang! The 2 swords collided. The sound was like thunder. Instantly, everyone from the Sword God Palace fell to the ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices. At this moment, they couldn't resist at all. Grandmaster Yen roared in anger. Cracks appeared on his array formation. Damn it! He directed this power directly to the sky. With a boom, a black hole appeared in the sky above the Sioux residence. The terrifying power engulfed everything. Outside the Sioux residence, the martial artists who hadn't left yet had their souls injured. They hugged their heads and screamed, "Run!" At this moment, they were all injured. Peacock Fairy spat out a mouthful of blood. Oh no, what is this? She was in despair. Just the remnant power of this power made her feel as if her soul was about to be extinguished. The Peacock Emperor's expression changed drastically. He waved his hand and protected Peacock Fairy. The tail behind her spread open, and the peacock plume burst out with light. Only then did it block the remnant power of this power. So terrifying! What kind of battle happened in the Sioux residence? She was extremely shocked. Could it be that the brat's master is back? The attack was so terrifying. The Sioux residence's array healed again. No one could sense the situation inside again. No one knew who won or lost. The martial artists of the Sword God Palace fell to the ground and screamed. Even Master Spirit Yan had an ugly expression. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. It was too terrifying. If that sword had slashed at him, he would have died without a doubt. I wonder how the Heavenly Soul Sword Emperor is doing. Thinking of this, he looked forward. The phantom of the Samsara sword in front of him slowly disappeared, and Lin Xian's figure appeared. He was still glowing like an exceptional god of war. Opposite him, the Heavenly Soul Sword Emperor was also standing there. However, he didn't move. With a clang, the Heavenly Soul sword fell from the sky. It was dim and lightless. The soul power on it had become extremely dim. Then, a few soul fragments flew out. The soul fragments were too terrifying. It couldn't be healed at all. This is the Heavenly Soul Sword Emperor's soul. Master Spirit Yen couldn't believe it. This is close to death. Oh, he didn't die? Lin Xian was also surprised. This is the first person to survive the Samsara sword. No wonder he's an expert of the soul sword Tao. Who are you? An intermittent voice sounded from the shattered soul. Me, Lin Wudi.